Okay, here we go.
I-O-N.
It really is impressive.
That is correct.
That's what clay players do. What a performance.
You're destined for great things.
Good morning, everyone. Can you feel the buzz before the swarm? Welcome to the quarterfinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. I'm your host, Paul Leffler, and we are celebrating the Bee's 100th anniversary this year. We're going to cover every round of the Bee until we crown a new champion on Thursday night. 242 spellers came here to Washington, D.C. to compete in the preliminary rounds. Maybe you watched rounds 1 and 2 yesterday. And right after the broadcast, there was a round 3. Spellers took a written test that they needed to pass to move on to the quarterfinals, and 99 of them made the cut. The mission right now for these spellers, become one of the 50 or so who are going to go on to the semifinals later tonight. Let's join Vanya Shivashankar on stage to tell us more about how these spellers compete. Vanya?
Thanks, Paul. The speller may ask the pronouncer to say the word again, define it, use it in a sentence, provide the part of speech, language of origin, and/or any alternate pronunciations. The speller may also ask root word questions. Spellers get 90 seconds to do all of that.
That's how it works. Thanks, Vanya. Let's get these quarterfinals underway with our first speller, Isha Maraputi from Phoenix, Arizona, a 7th grader.
Morning, Isha.
Good morning.
You ready for your word? Okay. Noodledom.
Noodledom.
Noodledom is a noun, and it means foolishness or stupidity.
Noodledom. May I have the language of origin, please?
Noodledom is from a word that is perhaps from English plus another English element.
Noodledom. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, noodledom.
Noodledom. Does this come from the English root noodle, meaning food?
I don't see that here.
Noodledom. May I have the definition again, please?
Noodledom means foolishness or stupidity.
Noodledom. Noodledom. N-O-O-D-L-E-D-O-M. Noodledom.
Isha, that is correct.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
How you doing, Sumuk?
Good.
Chokecherry.
Chokecherry. May I have all of the information?
Sure can. Chokecherry is a noun. It means a common tree of eastern North America that has yellow to red to blackish, nearly globular small fruits enclosing a smooth seed. This word consists of a part that passed from Greek to Latin to French to English, plus an originally English part. When the leaves of the chokecherry wilt, they release cyanide and become sweet. Chokecherry.
Chokecherry. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Chokecherry.
Chokecherry. C-H-O-K-E-C-H-E-R-R-Y. Chokecherry.
That is correct.
Hi, Arav.
Hi.
Quiche.
May I have the definition, please?
Quiche means a baked custard pie, usually having an added savory ingredient as chopped ham, seafood, or vegetables.
May I have the language of origin, please?
Originally German, it became French before entering English.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Quiche.
Quiche. Q-U-I-C-H-E. Quiche.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Enzo. Compensatory. Also compensatory.
Compensatory?
Compensatory.
Can I have all the information, please?
Compensatory, compensatory. This is an adjective and it means making amends, making up for a loss. It's from a word that went from Latin to English, plus an originally Latin element. After her boyfriend shattered her favorite porcelain serving platter, Nadja begrudgingly accepted his compensatory bouquet of roses. Compensatory, compensatory.
Origin,
It's from Latin parts.
compensatory. C-O-M-P-E-N-S-A-T-O-R-Y, compensatory.
That is correct.
Hi, Aaron.
Hi.
Hastate.
Hastate.
Hastate, this is an adjective and it means shaped like a spear or the head of a spear.
Hastate.
Hastate.
Can I have the part of speech?
It's an adjective.
Can I have the language of origin?
It's from Latin.
Hastate. H-A-S-T-A-T-E. Hastate.
That is correct.
Morning, Aiden.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Good to see you again as well. Viaduct, viaduct,
Viaduct.
viaduct.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. I have two pronunciations, viaduct, viaduct. This is a noun and it means a bridge, especially when resting on a series of narrow reinforced concrete or masonry arches, having high supporting towers or piers, and carrying a road or railroad. It's from Latin elements. The small tank engine barely made it over the crumbling viaduct without being derailed.
Does this come from the Latin via, meaning through or by means of?
You're on the right track.
Oh, yay. Viaduct. V-I-A-D-U-C-T. Viaduct.
That is correct.
Hi, Rithvi.
Hi.
Good to see you again.
You too.
Gibbon.
Definition?
Gibbon is any of several apes of southeastern Asia and the East Indies that are the smallest of the arboreal anthropoid apes and have very long arms and no cheek pouches or tail.
Can I have the language of origin?
It's from French.
Gibbon.
Gibbon,
Can I have the part of speech, please?
a noun.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one here. Gibbon.
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 All right, Gibbon. G-I-B-B-I-N. Gibbon.
Gibbon is spelled G-I-B-B-O-N. Great try.
All right, thank you.
Morning, Oliver.
Good morning.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Polymorphism.
Polymorphism. Could I please have the etymology?
This word was formed in English from Greek parts.
Okay. Polymorphism. Could I please have the definition?
Polymorphism means capability of assuming different forms, capability of wide variation.
Polymorphism. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
A slight variant, polymorphism, also polymorphism.
Okay. Polymorphism. Does this come from Greek polis, meaning many?
Yes.
Does this come from the Greek morphe, meaning shape?
Yes.
Polymorphism. Polymorphism. P-O-L-Y-M-O-R-P-H-I-S-M. Polymorphism.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Morning, Lawrence.
Good morning.
Are you doing well today?
Yes.
Tabloidism.
Tabloidism? What's the definition?
Tabloidism means the journalistic style and characteristics of a condensed, shortened, or smaller sized newspaper, usually containing many photographs. Tabloidism.
T-A-B-L-O-I-D-I-S-M. Tabloidism.
That is correct.
Morning, Victoria.
Good morning.
Protreptic.
Protreptic. Can I please have the language of origin?
This word is from a word that passed from Greek to Latin. Protreptic.
Protreptic. Can I please have the definition?
Protreptic is a noun, and it means language intended to incite and encourage, advice or counsel.
Protreptic. Can I please have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Protreptic. Can you please have the definition again?
Sure. Language intended to incite and encourage, advice, counsel.
Protreptic. P-R-O-T-R-E-P-T-I-C. Protreptic?
That is correct.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You ready, Shruti?
Yeah.
Gut bucket. Gut bucket is a homemade bass fiddle consisting of a stick attached to an inverted wash tub and having a single string. Gut bucket.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Gut bucket is a noun. It's from an English word and a word that went from English to Anglo-French and then back to English. It means a homemade bass fiddle consisting of a stick attached to an inverted wash tub and having a simple string. In the Jim Henson TV special, Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas, Emmett secretly makes a gut bucket out of his mother's wash tub.
Gut bucket. G-U-T-B-U-C-K-E-T. Gut bucket?
That is correct.
Morning, Ryan.
Morning.
Jaspopal. Jaspopal is a noun, and it means a yellow mineral that is often marked with iridescence, resembling an opaque cryptocrystalline quartz of any of several colors. Jaspopal.
Jaspopal? Am I saying this? Oh, wait, no. Jaspopal, can I have all the information?
Jaspopal is a noun. This word consists of an originally Semitic part that passed from Greek to Latin to French before becoming English, and another part that went from Sanskrit to Latin. Jaspopal is a yellow mineral that is often marked with iridescence, resembling an opaque cryptocrystalline quartz of any of several colors. Gretchen bought earrings set with jaspopal as a gift for her sister.
Jaspopal.
Jaspopal.
Jaspopal. J-A-S-P-O-P-A-L. Jaspopal?
That is correct.
Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning.
Lathe work. Lathe work is a noun, and it means machine engraving, specifically the part of the design of a stamp or currency note that is engraved by machine. Lathe work.
May I have the language of origin?
This was formed from an English part, probably of Scandinavian origin, and another originally English part.
May I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Can you repeat the word?
Lathe work.
Lathe work.
Lathe work.
Lathe work. L-A-T-H-E-W-O-R-K. Lathe work.
Hannah, that's correct.
Hi, Dua.
Morning.
Shin plaster.
Can I have the definition?
Shin plaster means a piece of privately issued paper currency, especially one poorly secured and depreciated in value.
Can I have the origin of the word?
It's formed from an originally English word plus a word that passed from Greek to Latin to English.
Shin plaster. Am I saying that right?
We'll let you know if we hear anything that's off.
Okay.
Shin plaster.
Shin plaster.
Can you say it again towards the judges?
Shin plaster. Okay. Shin plaster. SHINPLASTER. Shin plaster.
That is correct.
Morning, Charlie.
Morning.
Memento.
Can I please have all of the information?
Memento is a noun. It means something that is kept in memory of a person or event, a memorial or keepsake. It's from Latin. Kaylee often wears her claddagh ring, a memento of her summer in Ireland. Memento, there's also a non-standard pronunciation, momento.
Okay. Can you please repeat the word?
Memento. Can you say it?
Memento.
Memento.
Memento. MEMENTO. Memento.
That is correct.
Hi.
Morning, Servania. Melonry.
Could you repeat the word?
Melonry.
All info.
Melonry is a noun. It means a place for growing any of the soft-fleshed, sweet-flavored, many-seeded berries, usually with a hard rind, that are eaten raw as a fruit. This word was formed from a word that passed from Greek to Latin to French, plus a Latin-derived French part. Kevin spent the afternoon daydreaming about quitting his job and opening a melonry called Cantalopapalooza. Melonry.
Melonry?
Melonry.
Alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Melonry.
Melonry?
Melonry.
Alternate pronunciations? Sorry, just the one, right? Melonry.
Just the one.
What's origin?
It's from a word that passed from Greek to Latin to French, plus a Latin-derived French part.
Could you repeat the word?
Melonry.
Melonry?
Melonry.
Melonry. Melonry. Melonry. Melonry. MELONRY. Melonry.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing, Arshan?
Okay.
Deep breath. Can I give you your word?
Yeah, sure.
Awful, also awful. This word is a homonym. This is a noun that means the parts of a butchered animal that are removed in dressing that consist largely of the viscera and the trimmings. Awful, awful.
May I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
May I have the origin, please?
It's from English.
Any alternate pronunciations?
Just a slight variant. Awful, awful. Can you say it?
OFFUL. Awful.
Awful is spelled O-F-F-A-L.
Okay.
Great try.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Blanche.
Hi.
Lastage.
Lastage, can I have all the information, please?
Sure can. Lastage is a noun. It means a port duty for the privilege of loading a ship. Lastage is from a word formed in French from a Frisian and Dutch element plus a French element. Ishmael reluctantly handed over the lastage he owed to the port authority. Lastage.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Lastage.
Lastage. L-A-S-T-A-G-E. Lastage.
That is correct.
Hi, Vade.
Hi.
Trivet.
Trivet, may I have the definition?
A trivet is a usually ornamental metal stand with short feet, especially for use under a hot dish at a table. Trivet.
May I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
May I have all the information?
Trivet is a noun. It's from an English word that probably came from Latin. Trivet is a usually ornamental metal stand with short feet, especially for use under a hot dish at a table. Laura purchased a pineapple-shaped trivet to match the decor in her kitchen.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Trivet.
Could you repeat the word?
Trivet.
May I have the definition again?
A usually ornamental metal stand with short feet, especially for use under a hot dish at a table.
Trivet. T-R-I-V-E-T. Trivet.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hello.
Morning, Nathan.
Morning.
Logocentrism.
Okay, can I have all the information except the sentence, please?
Sure. Logocentrism, also logocentrism, logocentrism. This is a noun, and it means a philosophy that privileges speech over writing as a form of communication because the former is closer to an originating transcendental source. And logocentrism was formed in French from a Greek part and a part that passed from Greek to Latin.
Okay. Does this come from the Greek logos, meaning word or knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have the definition one more time, please?
Logocentrism means a philosophy that privileges speech over writing as a form of communication because the former is closer to an originating transcendental source.
Okay. Logocentrism. L-O-G-O-C-E-N-T-R-I-S-M. Logocentrism.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Zoe.
Hey.
Symptomology. Symptomology is a noun, and it means a group of subjective evidences of disease or physical disturbances observed by the patient that occur together and characterize a particular medical condition or disease. Symptomology.
Does this contain the Greek word sim, meaning together?
Yes.
And does this contain the Greek word to, meaning to fall?
Yes.
And does it contain the Greek word logi, meaning science of?
You're on the right track.
Okay. S-Y-M-P-T-O-M-O-L-O-G-Y.
If you finish spelling, you can repeat the word.
Symptomology.
That is correct.
Morning.
Morning.
Okay, Nicasio, listen closely because your word has a homonym. Your word is censer. This censer is a noun, and it means a vessel for burning incense.
Can I have all the information?
Sure. Censer, it's a noun. It's from a Latin word that became French and then English. Censer is a vessel for burning incense. The bell rings, the censer swings, and chants fill the air in the chapel on Sunday. Censer.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Censer.
Censor.
Censer.
Can I have the definition one more time?
A vessel for burning incense.
Censor. C-E-N-S-E-R, censor. That is correct. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Shividya. Incongruous.
Incongruous. Can I have the definition, please?
Incongruous means characterized by lack of harmony, consistency, or compatibility with one another.
Incongruous. Can I have the language of origin?
It's from Latin.
Incongruous. Alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Incongruous.
Incongruous. Does this come from the Latin in meaning not?
I don't see that here.
Okay. Can you repeat the word, please?
Incongruous.
Definition?
Characterized by lack of harmony, consistency, or compatibility with one another.
Incongruous. Am I saying it right?
We'll let you know if we hear anything off, but can you repeat it towards the judges?
Incongruous. Incongruous. I-N-C-O-N-G-R-U-O-U-S. Incongruous.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Morning, Hadi.
Good morning.
Duplation.
Duplation. May I please have?
Duplation.
May I please have the definition?
Duplation means multiplication by repeated doubling, as done formerly, especially in Egypt.
May I please have the language of origin?
It's from Latin. Can you say it?
Duplation.
Listen closely. Duplation.
Duplation. Duplation. D-U-P-L-A-T-I-O-N. Duplation.
That is correct.
Morning.
Morning, Nikhil. Mosquito-y.
May I have all the information, please?
Mosquito-y is an adjective, and it means full of any of numerous two-winged flies that have a rather narrow abdomen and usually a long, slender, rigid proboscis that contains a set of needle-like organs with which they puncture the skin of animals to suck the blood. Mosquito-y is an adjective. It consists of a word that went from Latin to Spanish, plus an English combining form. Dale pitched his tent on the hill above the mosquito-y swamp.
Can I have the origin again?
It consists of a word that went from Latin to Spanish, plus an English combining form.
Another one, you deal with that temptation to make it trickier than it is.
Mosquito-y. Am I saying that correctly?
We'll let you know if we hear anything off. Do you want to repeat it towards the judges?
Mosquito-y. Mosquito-y. M-O-S-Q-U-I-T-O-E-Y. Mosquito-y.
That is correct.
Louis
Morning,
Avetis
Louis.
is next, 7th grader. Doesn't he look the part?
Marigolds.
Marigolds?
Marigolds. This is a plural noun, and it means plants of a genus of strong, scented, tropical American herbs having showy heads of flowers with yellow or orange rays. Marigolds.
Would you give me a part of speech?
It's a plural noun.
Would you give me the language of origin?
It's from a biblical name that passed from Hebrew to Greek to Latin, plus an originally English word.
Is there any alternate pronunciations?
I have a few slight variants. Marigolds, marigolds, marigolds.
Marigold. Does that contain a Greek root mary, meaning sea?
Listen again to the language of origin.
This word is from a biblical name that passed from Hebrew to Greek to Latin, plus an originally English word.
Does that contain a Middle English root mary, meaning sea?
I don't see that here.
Does that contain a Greek root mary, meaning part?
I don't see that here.
Will you repeat me the word again?
Marigolds.
Marigold. marigold.
Lewis, watch the clock.
Merigolds, marigold.
Marigolds is Marigolds. Great try.
Thank you.
It was clear he had some root knowledge, but in that case, the root is actually Mary, mother of Jesus. That may have given him the A.
Hi, sorry.
One more year to come back for Lewis.
Proclivity.
Proclivity, may I please have all the information?
Proclivity is a noun. It means an inclination or predisposition towards something. Proclivity is from Latin. Xander explained to his mom that he didn't have a natural proclivity for neatness, but she made him clean his room anyway.
May I have the origin again?
It's from Latin.
Does it come from the Latin clive, meaning to turn or lean?
You're on the right track.
Does it come from the Latin pro, meaning good, or to before?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you repeat the one more time?
Proclivity.
Proclivity. Does this come from the Latin ite, meaning a quality or state of?
I don't see that given as a root here.
Okay. Proclivity. Proclivity. Proclivity.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sarv knocked our socks off as a fourth grader last year, tied for 22nd. Back for the big prize this time.
Hi, Sarah.
Good morning.
Sarah Daoud from Tucker, Georgia.
Degustation. Degustation is a noun, and it means a savoring or relishing as a connoisseur or tester, a tasting. Degustation.
Can I have all the other information?
Degustation, it's a noun. It's from Latin. Degustation is a savoring or relishing as a connoisseur or tester, a tasting. Lisbeth is happy to attend any degustation, be it of wine, chocolate, or cheese. Degustation.
Degustation. Degustation. D E G U S T A T I O N. Degustation.
That is correct.
Both of Georgia's remaining competitors have moved on to the next round. Ghana is a long way from Georgia.
Hi.
That's where Giovanni Ajay comes from.
Saprobe.
Saprobe. Can you repeat the word?
Saprobe.
Can I have the definition?
A saprobe is an organism living in an environment rich in organic matter and relatively free from oxygen. Saprobe.
Saprobe. Can I have the origin?
This word was formed from originally Greek elements.
Saprobe. Any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Saprobe.
Saprobe. Can you repeat the word?
Saprobe.
Saprobe. S-A-P-R-O-B-E. Saprobe.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Giovanni was here last year as well. First time a boy from Ghana has been here twice.
Hi, Celine.
Hello. Fletcher. Fletcher. Please, may I have the origin of the word Fletcher?
Fletcher is from a French word formed from originally Germanic and Latin parts. It means a maker of arrows.
Fletcher. Please, may I have Fletcher in a sentence?
After learning archery, Mason studied with a Fletcher to learn how to make his own arrows.
Fletcher.
Fletcher.
F-L-E-T-C-H-E-R. Fletcher.
That is correct.
So a 2-for-2 performance for our Ghana contingent. Now from Idaho, another repeater, Navtaj Singh.
Subgum.
Subgum, can I have all the information?
Subgum is a noun. It means a dish of Chinese origin prepared with a mixture of vegetables such as peppers, water chestnuts, and mushrooms. This word is from Cantonese. Faith wants to try out a recipe from Instagram for beef subgum to see if it measures up to her grandfather's version. Subgum.
Could you repeat the origin?
Cantonese.
Could you repeat the word?
Subgum.
Subgum. Is there any alternate pronunciation?
I have just the one. Subgum.
Could you repeat the word?
Subgum.
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 Subgum. Could you repeat the word?
Subgum.
Could you repeat the origin?
It's from Cantonese, a Chinese dialect.
Subgum.
It's got two schwas.
Subgum. Subgum. S-U-B-G-A-M. Subgum.
Subgum is spelled S-U-B-G-U-M-M.
Thank you.
Great job. Don't worry. You're worried?
Chicagoland.
Myrtle. Myrtle is a noun. It means a European shrub with evergreen leaves and solitary white or rosy flowers, followed by black berries.
Myrtle, can I have all the information?
Myrtle is a noun. It's probably originally of Semitic origin, and then it went from Greek to Latin to French to English. Myrtle is a European shrub with evergreen leaves and solitary white or rosy flowers, followed by black berries. The myrtle, which is native to the Mediterranean region, can grow up to 16 feet tall.
Myrtle. M-Y-R-T-L-E. Myrtle?
That is correct.
Good morning.
Good morning, Shruti.
Morning.
Coolth.
Coolth. May I have all the information, please?
Coolth is a noun. It means the state or occasion of being moderately cold or lacking in warmth. Coolth is from English. Brendan felt like there was no feeling like the coolth of a water balloon in his hand on the first day of summer vacation.
Can you repeat the origin, please?
It's from English.
Can you repeat the definition, please?
The state or occasion of being moderately cold or lacking in warmth. Coolth.
Coolth.
Cool.
Can you repeat the definition, please?
The state or occasion of being moderately cold or lacking in warmth.
Coolth. C-O-U-L-T-H. Coolth.
Coolth is spelled C-O-O-L-T-H. Great try.
Shruti can come back next year if she qualifies. So let's update the numbers. We started with 99 in round 4. Now 5 have heard the bell. We've had 28 spell correctly, and we still have 66 yet to compete in these quarterfinals. The Believe program, which launched this year, did you hear about it yet? The Believe program, get it? It's going to create free access to the B for all Teach for America and Title I schools. This is all thanks to the Scripps Howard Fund. To donate, you can just scan that QR code on your screen or pull out your phone and text spelling, spell it right, S-P-E-L-L-I-N-G to 50155. And how about this? With a generous matching grant from the Adam R. Scripps Foundation, your gift is going to be doubled. So if you give $100 for this 100th year of the B, that $100 gift will double to $200, fully covering the enrollment cost of one school for the entire year in this Scripps National Spelling Bee. You can donate anytime during this broadcast or after, and the broadcast is coming back right after the break as our 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee rolls on. 100 times what it was that first year. We're live at the quarterfinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and with us now, one of the past champions who comes back every year, 2000 champion, one of our judges now, George Thampey. George, can you believe it's been a quarter century since you hoisted that trophy?
It's been 25 years. I can't believe it. And I don't think I could make it past the third round of this stage. I'm very grateful just to be here.
Now, I don't believe that because I saw you compete in the Champion Showdown right after the opening ceremonies. Your skills are still pretty sharp, but what impresses you about the spellers we've seen so far?
Every one of these spellers is so well-rounded. They not only do they spend their lives becoming the premier speller in their communities, but they're also volunteering. They're also stand out at academics. They're also thinking about how to coach and mentor other kids. It's just it's overwhelming. To all the parents out there who raise these kids, kudos, and I hope to be like you one day.
Hey, the parents are such a huge part of this. We're going to get back to the spelling, but one more question for you, because I know you got your undergrad at Harvard, MBA from Stanford. Can you give us a nutshell of what kind of things you do now, how you channeled this spelling excellence into your professional career?
I'm a biotech executive. I build and grow emerging biotech companies that are trying to treat drugs for new conditions, and it's a passion for me. But I also have the unfortunate task of spell checking a lot of my CEO's memos, so there's that.
And if you've read pharmaceutical names, you know those can be some pretty long, complicated words. A lot of international scientific vocabulary.
Exactly right. And there is a naming convention, though people frequently discard them, but it's a lot of fun. That's the easy part of my job.
Yeah, for him, the easy part, right? Let's go back to the stage and see how easy or not so easy it is for our remaining spellers in the quarterfinals.
Hi.
Morning, Kaveen.
This is Kaveen.
Good morning.
Surya Prakash.
Yeah.
From Edwards,
Blue
Illinois.
stocking.
Blue stocking.
Blue stocking.
Can I have the definition?
Sure. It's any of several rather large, long-legged shorebirds of North America having black and white stripes on the back and wings, white underparts, and light blue legs. Blue stocking.
Blue stocking. Can I have all the information, please?
Blue stocking is a noun. It's any of several rather large, long-legged shorebirds of North America having black and white stripes on the back and wings, white underparts, and light blue legs. This word was formed from a word that went from Germanic-derived French to English, plus an English word. The bird watcher spied a blue stocking strutting through the reedy shallows of the river.
Blue stocking. Can you repeat it for me?
Blue stocking.
Blue stocking. Can you give me the language of origin again?
This word was formed from a word that went from Germanic-derived French to English, plus another English word.
Blue stocking. B-L-U-E-S-T-O-C-K-I-N-G. Blue stocking.
That is correct.
Thank you.
George, did you ever fall into that trap of making a word harder than it really was?
Always, when the nerves
Hello
get
there.
to you. That's
Morning, Yaya.
That's what
Morning.
you do. It's unfortunate, but I understand that.
Cantino, also Contino.
Cantino, may I have all the information, please?
Cantino, also Contino, is a noun. It means the highest string of various stringed musical instruments, as the violin or banjo. Cantino was formed in Italian from Latin-derived parts. When Francisco's violin teacher told him to tune his cantino, it took him a few seconds to realize she meant his violin's E string.
It's Latin elements, right?
Yeah, Latin to Italian.
Latin cant, meaning sing?
Yes.
All right. Italian ino diminutive?
Listen again to the alternate language of origin.
Cantino was formed in Italian from Latin-derived parts.
Latin ino, like meaning diminutive?
I don't see that in here.
Hope
Italian,
that doesn't throw
right?
him off.
Italian derived from Latin.
All right, cantino. C-A-N-T-I-N-O. Cantino?
That is correct.
Thank you.
So his instinct was right the whole time, but he wanted that confirmation?
That's right. He knew what we need to confirm it.
Morning,
That's a
Leo.
really important part of minimizing those nerves.
Aerate, also aerate. This is a verb and it means to introduce air into a liquid by stirring, spraying, or some similar method. Aerate, aerate.
Can I please have the language of origin?
It's from Latin. Aerate, aerate.
Can you please give me all the information?
Aerate, aerate. This is a verb. It means to introduce air into a liquid by stirring, spraying, or some similar method. This word is from Latin, which formed it from a Greek word. Abdul prefers bubbly beverages, so he bought a kitchen device that will aerate his water for him. Aerate, aerate.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Two small variants. Aerate, aerate.
Okay.
Can you say it?
Aerate. Aerate. A-E-R-A-T-E. Aerate.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Leo's been here before, and so has Lindsay Jessen, who's next. And George, maybe after she spells, you can tell us how big a difference it made for you to come back with experience for the second time.
Quartzite.
Oops. I misspoke. This is Zachary.
Can I have all of the information?
Sure can. Quartzite is a noun. It means a compact granular rock composed of quartz that is metamorphosed sandstone in which the siliceous cement is often so blended with the quartz grains as to give the rock a nearly homogeneous texture. Quartzite was formed from a German word, perhaps of Slavic origin, plus an originally Greek part. Quartzite is metamorphic and therefore extremely hard, which makes it an excellent material for countertops. Quartzite.
Quartzite. Quartzite. Q-U-A-R-T-Z-I-T-E. Quartzite.
That is correct.
Zachary tied for 22nd last year. How big a difference did that experience make for you?
It was huge for me. I came back several times for winning, and it gives you a lot of confidence. You can get up there, you can smell these words.
Monotropic, also monotropic.
Can I have all the information?
Monotropic, monotropic. This is an adjective and it means visiting only a single kind of flower for nectar. It's used of an insect. It consists of originally Greek elements. The bees, while not strictly monotropic, clearly preferred the white clover to the equally abundant alpine bistort. Monotropic, monotropic.
Does it come from the Greek mono, meaning one?
You're on the right track.
Okay. Can you repeat the word?
Monotropic, monotropic.
Monotropic. M-O-N-O-T-R-O-P-I-C, monotropic.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Lauren's here for the first time. Didn't have to come far from Bethesda, Maryland. One of 4 from Maryland, still going.
Morning, Luke.
Here's another one.
Shaglet. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Shaglet is a noun. It means a young cormorant. Shaglet consists of an English part plus a French-derived English element. The shaglet eagerly received the regurgitated fish from his doting parents. Shaglet.
Can I have the origin again?
It consists of an English part plus a French-derived English element.
Shaglet. S-H-A-G-L-E-T. Shaglet.
That is correct.
Might be the first time the phrase eagerly received the regurgitated fish has ever been used in public.
Hi, Arya.
Hi, panel of judges.
You ready for your word?
Yeah.
Surtax.
Surtax. Can I get all the information?
Surtax is a noun. It means a graduated income tax in addition to the normal income tax imposed on the amount by which the net income of an individual exceeds a specified sum. Surtax was formed from parts that passed from Latin into French. Voters approved a ballot measure to increase the surtax on taxable income over $1 million from 3 to 4%. Surtax.
Surtax. Does this come from cert, meaning around Latin?
Can you give me those 3 parts again?
Does this come from cert, meaning around Latin?
I don't see that here.
Okay, surtax.
That would lead them awry, right, George?
Surtax.
Wrong letters up front.
Surtax. Can I get all the information again, please?
Surtax is a noun. It was formed from parts that both passed from Latin into French. Surtax is a graduated income tax in addition to the normal income tax imposed on the amount by which the net income of an individual exceeds a specified sum. Voters approved a ballot measure to increase the surtax on taxable income over $1 million from 3 to 4%. Surtax.
Surtax. C-E-R-T-A-X, surtax?
Surtax is S-U-R-T-A-X.
Thank you.
Great try.
Was there a clue in the definition that maybe he could have highlighted?
I think the over, he clearly knew there was a prefix.
Good morning, Megan.
Hello, good morning.
To get there.
You need to recognize like surcharge or surname.
Descriptor. Also, descriptor.
May I have all the information?
Descriptor, descriptor. This word is from Latin and it means something such as a word or phrase or a characteristic feature that serves to distinguish or identify. Descriptor is a noun. In the Homeric epics, the phrase wine dark is a descriptor frequently used of the sea.
Can you repeat the word again?
Descriptor, descriptor.
Descriptor. D-E-S-C-R-I-P-T-O-R. Descriptor.
That is correct.
Sometimes that extra pronunciation makes a big difference.
It really does. Helps you cement it in your mind. It helps you clarify that you're locked on.
Morning.
Morning.
Ready for your word, Adarsh?
Not really.
Tell
You
us
got
how you
this.
really feel.
Listen closely.
It's a
Try your best.
three-time competitor here.
Friarbird.
He's honest, just like that.
Friarbird.
Very relatable.
Friarbird.
May I have all the information?
Friarbird is a noun. It means an Australian honey eater having the head black and destitute of feathers. Friarbird, one part of this word went from Latin to French to English, and another part is from English. The friarbird is notable for its drab plumage and the circular pattern on the crown of its head.
Friarbird. May I have the origin again?
One part of this word went from Latin to French to English, and another part is from English originally.
Does this come from the Latin friar, meaning someone who's poor?
I don't see that here.
Friarbird. May I have the definition again?
Friarbird is an Australian honey eater having the head black and destitute of feathers.
Friarbird. Friarbird. F-R-I-A-R-B-I-R-D. Friarbird.
That is correct.
Thank you.
He knew to narrow in on friar, like Catholic mother, and that's
Good morning.
he got there.
Good morning, Sanvi.
Providential.
Absolutely. Amen to that.
Innatism.
And in Rhode Island, they get that one.
Innatism.
Innatism. This is a noun, and it means a belief in ideas originating in, derived from, or inherent in the mind or the constitution of the intellect rather than derived from experience. Innatism.
Could I get the language of origin once more?
Innatism, this word was formed in English from originally Latin and Greek parts.
Is there a pull
Does
to
this
maybe?
word come from Latin innate, meaning mind, or inner?
I don't see that here.
To maybe add
Does
an
this
extra
come
vowel
from
because of the root word.
nate, meaning like native?
And I think
You're on the right
in
track.
this case, I think she understands where she needs to go.
Does this have in from Latin, meaning not?
I don't see that given as a root here.
Innatism. I-N-N-A-T-I-S-M. Innatism.
That spelling felt innate to you. That is correct.
Thank you.
A little extra commentary from Samir, another one of our past champions.
Morning,
like
Gemma.
George.
Good morning.
Gemma Kim from way up north
Adventive.
in Duluth, Minnesota.
Adventive. Could I have all the information?
Sure can. Adventive is an adjective. It means not native, imperfectly naturalized. Adventive is from a word that passed from Latin into French. Cassandra was quick to identify and pull the adventive weed. Adventive.
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 Adventive. A-D-V-E-N-T-I-V-E. Adventive.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Gemma hasn't been here before, but you can tell she is approaching it very professionally. She knows exactly what she's doing, and
Hello.
she's going to go far, I can tell.
Proscription.
Here's our other Minnesotan still left.
Proscription.
Proscription. This is a noun, and it means an imposed restraint or restriction, a prohibition.
Could I please have all of the information?
Sure. Proscription is a noun. This word is originally from Latin. A proscription is an imposed restraint or restriction, a prohibition. Judith's consulting contract includes a 6-month proscription against working for a competing firm. Proscription.
Proscription. Proscription. Proscription. Proscription.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So our Minnesota duo, 2 for 2.
Emily is extremely sharp, you can tell.
Morning. Morning, Yuva.
Morning.
Yuva Petteretti.
Rampike.
From Madison, Mississippi.
Rampike. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Rampike is a noun. A rampike is a dead tree, a pointed stump or partly burned tree, a tree broken off by the wind, leaving a splintered end to the trunk. The origin of rampike is unknown. After the terrible storm, Joelle cleaned up the dead trees, but left one rampike standing as a snag for the birds. Rampike.
Rampike. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Rampike.
Rampike. Can you repeat the definition one more time?
A dead tree, a pointed stump or partly burned tree, a tree broken off by the wind, leaving a splintered end to the trunk.
Rampike. R-A-M-P-I-K-E. Rampike.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yuva advancing. And now here's Ananya Agarwal.
Morning.
From Columbia, Missouri.
Spannerman.
Can I please have all the information?
Spannerman is a noun. It means a worker who adjusts the rolls of a roughing mill to assure that iron and steel will be of the desired thickness. Spannerman is from an English word that has parts ultimately of Germanic and Latin origin, plus another English element. The spannerman was tasked with making the necessary adjustments to decrease the thickness of the steel by 1 millimeter. Spannerman.
Can I hear the definition again?
A worker who adjusts the rolls of a roughing mill to assure that iron and steel will be of the desired thickness.
Can I hear the word again?
Spannerman.
Any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Spannerman.
Spannerman. S-P-A-N-N-E-R-M-A-N. Spannerman?
That is correct.
I don't think that was an easy word, and she clearly knew it as soon as she got to the mic. That was very impressive.
Hello.
Hi,
I'm
Rihanna.
trying to think of how to describe this round. It's kind of like the weird but quasi-familiar words.
Yeah.
Interfret.
Interfret.
Figure out.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sometimes you just.
Interfret is a noun. It means the interaction between two wind currents of different velocities or directions, producing a wave motion of the air, often of great amplitude, and frequently creating a special cloud effects as mackerel sky or billow clouds. Interfret is a noun. It was formed from a Latin part and a French part, probably of Germanic origin. The meteorologist explained that the distinctive cloud pattern was due to interfret.
Interfret. Can you repeat the language origin, please?
It was formed from a Latin part and a French part that's probably of Germanic origin.
Interfret. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just interfret.
Interfret.
There's no Greek in that derivation.
No, this is a hard one.
Maybe that'll help clear up
Can you repeat the
the
definition,
F
please?
sound.
The interaction between two wind currents of different velocities or directions, producing a wave motion of the air, often of great amplitude, and frequently creating special cloud effects, as mackerel sky or billow clouds.
Interfret. INTERFRET. Interfret.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So you were concerned hearing French, he may have put the TE at the end.
So he was really trying to narrow out.
Good morning,
the
Harini.
And he got it.
Indeed,
Crudo.
he did.
Crudo, can I have the language of origin?
This word went from Latin to Italian.
Crudo, can I have the definition?
Crudo is a dish of sliced, seasoned, uncooked seafood, often served with a sauce.
Crudo, can I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Okay. Wait, can I have the language of origin again?
It went from Latin to Italian.
Crudo. C-R-U-D-O. Crudo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So you sliced and diced that one. She tied for 9th last year. This is her last chance to win it all, her 4th and final trip here.
Good morning, Ishan.
Gupta.
Good morning.
From Jersey
So
City.
listen closely to this word. Could be confused with another. Pettish. Pettish is an adjective and it means marked by ill temper, fretful or peevish. Pettish.
Pettish, can you repeat the word?
Pettish.
Pettish, can I have all the information, please?
Pettish is an adjective. The origin of pettish is unknown. It means marked by ill temper, fretful, or peevish. When Mariah complained about having to wear an uncomfortable dress for the family photo, her mother warned her not to get pettish.
Pettish, can you repeat the word one more time?
Pettish.
Pettish.
That's
Pettish.
right. That's
P-E-T-T-I-S-H. Pettish.
That is correct.
Thank you.
because if it were a single consonant, he'd reason that the I would be an E sound. But so because it was a
Morning, Sharon.
sound, he knew
Ready
that
for your
was
word?
consonant.
Mm.
Notandem.
No tandem.
Notandem.
Can I get all the information on that word?
Notandem is a noun. It's from Latin. It means something to be preserved in writing or recorded or an entry of it. While listening to the speech, the translator made a notandem to remind herself to look up the meaning of an unfamiliar word. Notandem.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Notandem.
That
No
last
tandem?
syllable?
Notandem.
It's challenging because this is a gerund form in Latin. And unless you've taken Latin, this is not straightforward.
Can you repeat the definition?
So she
A
needs to
notandem
think.
is something to be preserved in writing or recorded or an entry of it.
Needs to think
Can
more
you
like
repeat the language of origin?
memorandum
Latin.
as opposed to tandem.
Exactly right.
No tandem. N-O-T-A-N-D-U-M. No tandem.
That is correct.
Thank you.
She got it.
Could have also been an O like random. She got that Latin U.
Morning, Brian.
Gerund form is not easy, and she.
So listen closely to this word. It could be
spelled like
confused
she's
with another.
taken Latin before. Kudos to her.
Your word is doughty. Doughty is an adjective, and it means marked by fearless resolution and by stoutness in contrast or struggle. Valiant.
Doughty, may I have the language of origin?
It's originally English.
Okay, doughty, can you use it in a sentence?
Michael's doughty disposition means he rarely backs down from a fight if he feels he is in the right.
Doughty. Can you repeat the word?
Doughty.
Can I have the definition again?
Marked by fearless resolution and by stoutness in contest or struggle. Valiant.
Doughty. Can I hear the word one more time?
Doughty.
Doughty. D-O-U-G-H-T-Y. Doughty.
That was a Dowdy spelling, Brian. That's correct.
Thank you.
Good to have Brian back. He tied for 23rd 2 years ago. George, maybe you can tell us what's harder, spelling or being
Morning,
a
Izzy.
judge now. Let's see how Izzy fares.
Cloddish.
Can I have the definition, please?
Cloddish means characterized by boorishness and stupidity.
Can I have the language of origin, please?
It's originally English. Cloddish.
Cloddish.
If you finish the
Cloddish. Sorry, that's the second time I've done that. Sorry.
No cloddishness here. That's correct.
Thank you.
Let's just let Samir do commentary.
Exactly. He's doing a great job. I've been a judge for 13 years, but I can tell you,
Hi.
it is
Good morning.
harder
How are you
to be
doing?
a speller.
I'm good.
You've got it.
You ready for that round?
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
You have no idea what that word's going to be. It's a
Veinlet.
lot of pressure.
Veinlet. May I have the definition, please?
A small vein, specifically the smallest or terminal branch of a vein, as of a leaf.
Veinlet. Veinlet. Veinlet.
Jay, that's correct.
Thank you.
You know, New York City's kind of known for a fast pace. Those two New Yorkers killed those words in a hurry.
That's right. Yeah, I bet you their
Morning,
classrooms
Margo.
home, their friends are watching, and that's a lot of stress.
Biorhythm.
Biorhythm?
Biorhythm.
Could I have all the information, please?
Biorhythm is a noun. It consists of Greek elements. It means an innately determined, regularly recurrent biological process or function, such as sleep behavior. The 90-minute REM cycle is one type of biorhythm.
Could I have the language of origin?
Biorhythm consists of originally Greek elements.
Biorhythm. B-I-O-R-H-Y-T-H-U-M. Biorhythm.
Biorhythm is spelled B-I-O-R-H-Y-T-H-M. Great try.
Thank you.
That's a really tough one. I think piecing those two roots together, you don't always know if those roots have changed in transit, because that does happen.
Ethnography.
There are those exceptions.
Ethnography. Definition?
Ethnography is a branch of social or cultural anthropology dealing with description of cultures rather than comparison and analysis.
Ethnography. Language of origin?
This word is formed from originally Greek parts.
Ethnography. Does this come from the Greek ethno, meaning culture?
You're on the right track.
Ethnography. Does this come from the Greek graph, meaning writing?
Yes.
Ethnography. Ethnography. E-T-H-N-O-G-R-A-P-H-Y. Ethnography.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So upstate New York came to compete too from Plattsburgh, Leah Rini.
Hello,
Second
judges.
time here in Washington. She advances.
Morning, Simran.
Now here's Simran from Syracuse.
Lampoonery.
Lampoonery?
Listen closely. Lampoonery.
Lampoonery. May I have all the information, please?
Lampoonery is a noun. It means a light mocking satire. Lampoonery consists of a French word of imitative origin plus an English element. The court poet composed a song poking fun at the chancellor, but was unsure to what degree his lampoonery would be tolerated.
Can I have all the information again, please?
Sure. Lampoonery, it's a noun. It consists of a French word of imitative origin plus an English element. Lampoonery means a light mocking satire. The court poet composed a song poking fun at the chancellor, but was unsure to what degree his lampoonery would be tolerated.
Lampoonery. Lampoonery. Lampoonery.
That is correct.
George, were you ever involved as an undergrad with that Harvard Lampoonery, kind of a famous publication there?
Yeah, the Lampoon is an infamous publication. I went to the castle several times, which only students can do. But it's
Can you
it's a
repeat
pretty
that?
fun place. Every sentence writer, a lot of comedy writers came out of that.
Can I have the definition,
Lampoon
please?
organization.
A scatback is a backfield player in football who is an especially fast and elusive runner.
Can I have the rest of the information, please?
Sure. Scatback is a noun. The first part of this word is from an element that passed to German from Latin-derived Italian, and the second part is originally English. Scatback is a backfield player in football who is an especially fast and elusive runner. At 5'9", Mike's low center of gravity and agility enable him to dodge tacklers, making him a terrific scatback.
Scatback. Can you repeat the definition?
A backfield player in football who is an especially fast and elusive runner.
Scatback. Scatback. S C A T B A C K. Scatback.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well, it was the Carolina Panthers who sponsored his entry, and they have drafted a few
Hello, how are you
scatbacks over
doing?
the years.
I'm doing great, Holden. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good. I like your tie.
Thanks very much. Wow. It's a great day up here. Are you ready for your quarterfinals word?
Sure.
Holden also representing the Panthers.
Mantis.
As a sponsor.
Mantis. May I please have the definition?
Mantis, this is a noun, and it means an insect that has a long prothorax, feeds upon other insects, clasps its prey in upheld forelimbs as if in prayer, and is harmless to humans. Mantis.
Mantis. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, mantis.
May I please have the language of origin?
This word is from Greek.
Mantis. M-A-N-T-I-S. Mantis.
That is correct.
Thank you.
To get to today, every speller had to pass a written test last
Hi.
night. And
Morning,
I tell you,
Aishwarya.
that was brutal.
Morning.
I saw it after the fact, and I can't tell you I would have made it today.
Yarrow. Yarrow is a noun, and it means a strong scented Eurasian herb widely naturalized in North America with finely dissected leaves and small white or rarely pink flowers. Yarrow.
Yarrow. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word is originally English.
Yarrow. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, yarrow.
Yarrow. Can you repeat the word again?
Yarrow.
Yarrow. Yarrow.
Aishwarya tied
Can you
for
repeat the word one
22nd
more
last
time?
year as well.
Yarrow.
Yarrow. Am I saying it correctly?
We'll let you know if we hear anything off. I'll say it again, and you can say it towards the judges. Yarrow.
Yarrow. Yarrow.
English
Yarrow.
should help as the derivation.
Should help.
Yarrow. Y-A-R-R-O-W. Yarrow.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Aishwarya advances. So, George, you said you weren't sure you would have passed that test. Would it have been the spelling words or the vocab?
The spelling was brutal.
Ductility. Can I have the definition?
Ductility means the quality or state of being capable of being drawn out into wire.
Ductility. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, ductility.
Ductility. Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from Latin-derived French.
Ductility. Can you say it again?
Ductility. Word is from Latin-derived French.
Ductility. Can you say it again?
Ductility.
Can I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Ductility. Ductility. D-U-C-T-I-L-I-T-Y. Ductility.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Carolina contingent showing strong in Washington.
Morning, Chilaka.
Morning.
Unitage.
Unitage. May I have a definition, please?
Unitage is the specification of the amount constituting a determinate quantity, as of a vitamin.
Unitage. May I have all the other information, please?
Unitage is a noun. This word is from a word that went from Latin to French to English, plus an originally Greek-derived English element. Unitage is a specification of the amount constituting a determinate quantity, as of a vitamin, as in, the physician advised the patient to begin taking a high unitage of vitamin D in order to help alleviate peripheral nerve pain. Unitage.
Unitage. U-N-I-T-A-G-E. Unitage.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Minot, North Dakota's Chilaka Ugobi. George, can we call this the harder than they seem round?
I would.
Hi.
And I think Chilaka, he comes from Minot. He's a champion of the state.
Vealiness
has a very high level.
Vealiness. May I please have the definition?
It's not.
Vealiness means the quality or state of being immature.
That pronounce?
Vealiness. Are there any alternate
Our
pronunciations?
pronouncers from North Dakota.
Just the one.
He could tell you too.
Vealiness.
May I please have the language of origin?
This word consists of a Latin-derived, originally French part, plus English elements.
Vealiness. V-E-A-L-I-N-E-S-S. Vealiness.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And yeah, these words are harder than they sound, but again, I believe that the children last night spelled some impossible words that makes them very well suited.
Rujwa, your word is gravation, also grivation.
Gravation. Can I have all the information?
Gravation, also grivation. This is a noun, and it means the angle between north, as indicated by a grid on a map, and magnetic north at any point. It's used especially in aerial navigation. Gravation is from an English word that is ultimately of Latin-derived French origin, plus other elements from a Latin-derived English word. Knowledge of gravation is particularly crucial to pilots who are navigating in the vicinity of the North and South poles. Gravation, grivation.
Gravation. Can I have the origin again?
It's from an English word that is ultimately of Latin-derived French origin, plus elements from a Latin-derived English word.
Gravation.
This is what's called a portmanteau word.
Have you explained that when she's done?
Gravation. G-R-I-V-A-T-I-O-N. Gravation.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Clearly figured that out. This is a portmanteau of grid and variations. So you kind of put them together, take out some of the letters in between. She clearly figured that out. Kudos to her.
Good morning, Avina.
We don't need those other letters. Let's just go with gravation.
Exactly.
Thrombus.
Grid variation takes too long.
Can you repeat the word?
You're a pilot.
Thrombus.
I'm sure you're saying a lot of
Thrombus.
words
Can I have
like
the
that, so.
definition?
Thrombus means a clot of blood formed within a blood vessel and remaining attached to its place of origin.
Thrombus. Can I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
And meta language of origin?
This word is from Greek-derived Latin.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just thrombus.
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 Can you repeat the definition again, please?
A thrombus is a clot of blood formed within a blood vessel and remaining attached to its place of origin.
Can you repeat the word one more time, please?
Thrombus.
Thrombus. Can you just repeat it one more time?
Thrombus.
Thrombus. Thrombus. T-H-R-O-M-B-U-S. Thrombus.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So in his fourth and final trip to Washington, Avinav is on to round 5.
Yeah, he knows his
Latin
Latin words really well.
Hi.
Agnatic.
Agnatic. Can you please give me the definition?
Agnatic means akin through male descent or on the father's side. It's an adjective. Agnatic.
Agnatic. Can you please give me the language of origin?
This word consists of originally Latin elements.
Agnatic. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Agnatic.
Agnatic. E-G-N-A-T-I-C. Agnatic.
Agnatic is A-G-N-A-T-I-C. Great try.
We'll hope to see William back here next year. He's got one more year of eligibility, the second of his 7 siblings to make it here to Washington. We're counting you down to the semifinals, but let's catch up on the numbers. We started the round with 99. So far, we've had 8 hear the bell. 58 have made it through. 33 spellers yet to step up to the microphone. George Thampy, thanks for taking us inside those words. Maybe before we let you go, any final advice for the people who want to be in your shoes hoisting a trophy on Thursday night?
What I would say is keep as focused as possible, keep it simple, rely on your training, rely on the patterns you've seen, and really try to take it easy. I know it's hard. I did the champion spell down on Monday, and I couldn't suppress my own nerves. It was really hard. I get it. But please just do your best to focus. Use your time and use silence if you need to. Don't feel like you need to fill the time. Just use that time and think. That's what I would say.
Well, it worked for him 25 years ago now. Hard to believe. Now at B Judge George Stampy. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me, Paul.
All right, the quarterfinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee coming right back at you after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Scripps National Spelling Bee quarterfinals. I'm Vanya Shivashankar, and it is our 100th anniversary, and so many of our amazing past champions returned to celebrate with us. Hello, champions. How are you all doing today?
Good morning. Great. Glad to be here.
How does it feel to be back at the Bee for our 100th anniversary?
Yeah, we're stoked. Just like that, stoked.
Has anyone been back since you all won the competition?
I have. I've actually, this will be my third time back. I got to come back first as a journalist because I was working for a newspaper at the time, and then after that as a coach for a speller, and this time just for fun to celebrate all these spellers this year.
Well, we are so happy to have you all. Anyone else having any opportunities to be back over the past few years? I know Peg just said she's been back for multiple different reasons. John, have you been back?
I was a staffer in the early 1990s when Joanne Legata won for Antipyretic.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Anurag, what about you? Have you been able to come back, or is this your first time coming back to the V?
This is my first time as well, and I'm already feeling like the moment I stepped in, you can feel the energy of the competition, and I'm so excited for these kids and the journey ahead.
It's going to be amazing. And we have two of our amazing Octo champs there in the back. We have Chris and Soham. How does it feel to be back? I heard you guys are doing a little reunion this year with the rest of your Octo champs.
Yeah, you know, it's great. It's great to see everyone again. So yeah, I'm really excited for it.
It's exciting to return back to the electric atmosphere of the Bee and to see all the spellers who have put in so much hard work and to see the culmination of all their effort here today. So.
That's amazing. And they're very excited to have you back as well. And of course, we can't forget Ned over there. I know you're coming all the way in from Houston. How does it feel for you to be back and on the other side of things this time?
Well, it's wonderful. I mean, all the things that are the same since then, plus all the new developments, new improvements. It's very exciting. It's been great.
It's awesome. And fun fact, Peg is my fellow Kansan, so we're excited to be up here together. And of course, we can't forget the amazing John Paola, who is our 1977 champion. John, what's this experience been like for you?
Well, it's been a lot of fun to be back. We don't live far away. We live in Annapolis, Maryland, so probably 10 or 15 years ago when our daughters were younger, we were able to attend a few of them because they had heard about it quite a bit growing up. So that was a nice experience, and it's been a while now since I've been back, so it's great to see it grow and to evolve.
It's definitely grown, but I'm sure we can all agree it's stayed the same, the love of spelling, the love of words, and we can really see that on stage. And so we are all so excited to have you all here for the centennial. John's gonna stick around with me. We're gonna go through some words, but now we're gonna go ahead and get back to stage with our next speller. Okay, John, I want you to tell me anything you think of these words.
Hello. Your word is impinger.
Impinger?
Impinger.
May I have all the information?
Impinger is a noun. This word is from an originally Latin word. Impinger means an instrument for collecting samples of dust or other suspended particles, especially in air, by striking a stream of the suspension on a surface or in a liquid, as water. Briand used an impinger to collect a sample of airborne hazards for later laboratory analysis. Impinger.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just impinger.
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 Impinger. I-M-P-I-N-G-E-R. Impinger.
That is correct.
So fun seeing them. So excited to get the words. Is that how you felt back in
Oh my
back
gosh.
in 97?
You just pray that it was one you heard before.
How are you, Akchaj?
I'm good.
Good. Your word is thermolysis.
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 May I have all of the info?
Thermolysis is a noun. This word consists of Greek parts. It means the dissipation of heat from the living body. Thermolysis may be accomplished by evaporation, excretion, and radiation. Thermolysis.
Does this have the Greek thermo meaning heat?
Yes.
Does this have the Greek lyein meaning to loosen?
Yes.
Thermolysis. T-H-E-R-M-O-L-Y-S-I-S. Thermolysis.
That is correct.
Akshad just showed us an amazing breakdown of root words. John, I want you to let us know how you use
Hello,
this
Isaac.
today. We can think about that after
Your
Isaac
word
finishes up
is
spelling.
Chesterfield.
Chesterfield. May I have all the information, please?
Chesterfield is a noun. This word is from a British name. It means a large upholstered sofa, usually having upright armrests at both ends. Bridget recently purchased a floral Chesterfield for her living room.
Chesterfield. Could you repeat the origin, please?
This word is from a British name.
Chesterfield. Could you repeat the word, please?
Chesterfield.
Chesterfield. Chesterfield. C-H-E-S-T-E-R-F-I-E-L-D. Chesterfield.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Do the words seem a lot different than when you were competing, John? Or?
It's variable because
Hello,
even within
your
rounds,
word is
sometimes
oddment.
There are words that almost seem
definition,
designed.
Oddment
to trip
means
somebody
something
up.
left over
And
or
others
remaining
that
or
are
isolated as a garment or
not
piece of
quite
goods from a
that
larger
way.
stock,
So
a
that's-
book from a complete
That's
set.
always been that way, I feel like.
The language of origin.
This word is from a word that went from Old Norse to English plus a Latin-derived English part.
Oddment. Can I have the definition again?
Something left over or remaining or isolated as a garment or piece of goods from a larger stock or a book from a complete set.
Oddment. O-D-D-M-E-N-T. Oddment.
Correct.
Thank you.
I always felt like no matter how much I prepared, there was an element of good fortune that you just couldn't account for.
There's always that element.
Hi,
of luck.
Jane.
Totally agree.
Hello.
Your word is deburr. Now, this deburr is a verb. It means to remove the thin edges or areas of roughness produced in cutting or shaping metal from, say, a piece of machined work. Deburr.
Deburr. May I have a language of origin, please?
This word consists of a Latin-derived English element plus an originally English element.
Deburr. D-E-B-U-R-R. Deburr.
Correct.
Well, Jane Ross from Pittsburgh moves on, and like John said, maybe she can be the next Pittsburgh champion after John Paola from 1977.
There was one other in 87, but
Anjali, your word is unforgettable.
Could you please repeat the word?
Unforgettable or unforgettable.
Could I please have the definition?
Incapable of being let go from the memory. Memorable.
Could I please have the language of origin?
This word was formed from originally English and Latin parts.
Unforgettable. U-N-F-O-R-G-E-T-T-A-B-L-E. Unforgettable.
That is correct.
So this moment will be very unforgettable for Anjali. Next up, we have John Donato.
Hi, John.
Hi.
You could take another half step closer to that microphone, I think. That's good. Your word is sacrum.
Can you repeat the word?
Sacrum, also sacrum.
Can I get the definition of the word?
The part of the vertebral column that is directly connected with or forms a part of the pelvis by articulation with the ilia.
Sacrum. S-A-C-R-U-M. Sacrum?
Correct.
Moving on to Connor Norton.
Hey.
Hi, Connor. Your word is animalcule.
Animalcule, can I please have all information?
Animalcule is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means a minute and usually microscopic organism. Animalcule, Deborah was asked on the biology exam to identify whether the depicted animalcule was an amoeba.
Animalcule, am I saying, is there any faults in my pronunciation?
We'll tell you if we find one.
Greek and meaning not.
This word is from Latin.
Latin and meaning not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't see that here.
Like, Greek homos meaning same.
I don't see that here.
Greek ana meaning up.
I don't see that here.
Connor, this word is from Latin.
Connor, can you say it toward the judges slowly?
Animalcule.
Say it to him again.
Animalcule.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just animalcule.
Can you please repeat all info?
Animalcule is a noun. It is from Latin. It means a minute and usually microscopic organism. Deborah was asked on the biology exam to identify whether the depicted animalcule was an amoeba.
All right, I'll go for it. Animalcule. A-N-A-M-E-L-C-U-L-E. Animalcule?
Animalcule is A-N-I-M-A-L-C-U-L-E.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Connor did a great job at this year's B. And John, I think you can tell the audience after our next speller about your
Hello, Dr. Seedsma.
Hello, Swatank. Your word is whist.
May I have all the info?
Whist, also pronounced whist, is a noun. This word is from an English word that is probably of Scandinavian origin. Whist means a four-player card game from which bridge evolved. In learning to play whist, Carol found it helpful to make a chart of its similarities to bridge.
May I have the part of speech?
It is a noun.
May you repeat the word?
Whist or whist.
W H I S T whist.
Correct.
Thank you.
great job, Stefan.
I love to see them work through it. You can tell they don't recognize the word at first, but they take a beat. And
your word is adamant.
Can I have all the information, please?
Adamant, also pronounced adamant, is an adjective. This word is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin and then French before becoming English. Adamant means inflexible or insistent, especially in maintaining a position or opinion. Mom and Dad were adamant that the dog had to sleep in the doghouse.
Adamant. A-D-A-M-A-N-T. Adamant.
Correct.
That's an example of when the alternate pronunciations help the speller out.
For sure. That
Hello.
is always terrible.
Soraya, your word is pictorialism.
Pictorialism. May I have all the information, please?
Pictorialism is a noun. This word consists of originally Latin and Greek elements. Pictorialism means a movement or technique in photography emphasizing artificial, often romanticized qualities of a painting. Popular during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, pictorialism was developed as an artistic device to show that photography was not simply a record of reality.
Pictorialism.
Pictorialism. Pictorialism.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Amazing. So exciting to see them. So happy to move on to round 5.
Arnie, ready?
Yep.
Okay, your word is spatterdock.
Spatterdock. May I have the definition, please?
The common yellow water lily of eastern and central North America that grows freely in sluggish, fresh, or sometimes slightly brackish water, as in swamps or about the margin of ponds. Spatterdock.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just spatterdock.
Spatterdock. Spatterdock. Spatterdock.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Next up from Texas, we have Thavan Bhutani.
Hi.
Hi, Thavan. Your word is concessionary.
Concessionary. Could I have all the information?
Concessionary is an adjective. This word consists of originally Latin elements. Concessionary means of or relating to a reduction in price from the current price of a commodity. After posting a strongly worded Yelp review about the overly salty cacio e pepe, Hugo was given a concessionary offer for a future meal from the restaurant. Concessionary.
Concessionary. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just concessionary.
Concessionary. C-O-N-C-E-S-S-I-O-N-A-R-Y. Concessionary.
That's correct.
Did you ever have trouble with those types of patterns with words like the C's and the S's?
Hello,
we can talk about that
Tarini.
next after Tarini.
Sure.
Your word is jiltee.
Jiltee. May I have the definition, please?
Jiltee means one who has been cast off or rejected capriciously or unfeelingly.
Jiltee. May I have the language of origin, please?
Part of this word is from an English name and part went from Latin to French to English.
May I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Jiltee. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just jiltee.
Jiltee. May I have the language of origin one more time?
Part of this word is from an English name and part went from Latin to French to English.
Jiltee. J-I-L-T. E-E. Jiltee.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Wow.
Right?
I know. It's really cool to see that relief when that bell doesn't go off.
Right.
Hello.
Hello, Isaac. Your word is Malaysia. I'm sorry, Malaysia.
Malaysia?
Malaysia.
Could I have the definition?
A country bordering the South China Sea in southeastern Asia.
Proper
Malaysia.
noun place name.
M-A-L-A-Y-S-I-A, Malaysia.
Correct. And in the years that we've been back or that I've followed it on television, some of the words they pick, they just wouldn't have chosen.
Right.
Avishka, your word is pandect.
So it's pretty
Pandect, could I have
that
all the
these
information, please?
spellers have mastered all of
Pandect
those.
is a noun. This word is from Latin, which took it from a word originally formed in Greek. Pandect means a complete code of the laws of a country or system of law. It is possible to read the Pandect of the United States, but doing so would take a very long time. Pandect.
Pandect, could you repeat the definition, please?
A complete code of the laws of a country or system of law.
Pandect, could you repeat the word?
Pandect.
Pandect?
Pandect.
Could you please repeat the definition?
A complete code of the laws of a country or system of law.
Pandect. P-A-N-D-E-C-T. Pandect.
Correct.
Thank you.
Faison, your word is appertain.
Appertain, could I have the definition?
To belong either as something appropriate or as a part, possession, right, or attribute.
Okay, could you repeat the word again?
Appertain.
Appertain. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just appertain.
Appertain. Could I get all the information?
Appertain is a verb. This word passed from Latin to French to English. It means to belong either as something appropriate or as a part, possession, right, or attribute. Bao was dismayed to learn that late-night TV privileges would only appertain to his older siblings.
Okay. Could you repeat the word again?
Appertain.
Appertain. A-P-P-E-R-T-A-I-N. Appertain.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Izan was our runner-up from the 2024 competition. Next up, we have Shreyansh Zadu.
Your word is boggart.
Boggart. Can I have the definition, please?
A specter or ghost, especially one that is believed to be malicious. It's used in England.
Boggart.
Can you step a little closer to that mic? Thank you.
Language of origin, please.
This word is from an originally English word and an English element.
Boggart. B-O-G-G-A-R-T. Boggart.
That is correct.
We're getting closer to the end of the round. Next, we have Brihasa Beduru.
Brihasa, your word is willow worm.
Willow worm?
Willow worm.
Can I have the definition?
A larva of either of two dagger moths or of numerous sawflies that infest shrubs or trees of the genus Salix. Willow worm.
Can I have all the information, please?
Willow worm is a noun. This word consists of originally English parts. Willow worm means a larva of either of two dagger moths or of numerous sawflies that infest shrubs or trees of the genus Salix. Miles observed the willow worm feeding voraciously on the leaf.
Can you repeat the part of speech, please?
Noun.
Willow worm.
Willow worm.
Are there any alternates?
Just willow worm.
Willow worm. W-I-L-L-O-W-W-O-R-M. Willow worm?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Like you said before, a lot of the spellers are working through words that they don't know before. And
Right.
You've had some experience with that as well.
Indeed.
Noah, your word is pantaloons.
Pantaloons. May I have the definition, please?
Pantaloons means close-fitting trousers, usually having straps passing under the insteps and worn especially in the 19th century. It's a plural noun, pantaloons.
Pantaloons. P-A-N-T-A-L-O-O-N-S. Pantaloons.
That's correct.
I love this style that we have this year with the bee.
Hi, Dr. Seedsma.
Hello, Zachary. Your word is stickleback.
Stickleback. Can I have the origin?
This word is composed of two originally English parts.
Stickleback. Can I have the definition?
Any of numerous small fishes that have two or more free spines and that are scaleless but often have the sides protected by bony plates.
Stickleback. Can I have the part of speech?
A noun.
Stickleback. Can I have a sentence?
The male stickleback not only builds a nest, he also guards it and takes care of the eggs.
Stickleback. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just stickleback.
Stickleback. S-T-I-C-K-L-E-B-A-C-K. Stickleback.
That is correct.
Zachary is one of our youngest spellers, doing amazing. John, how old were you at your first bee?
Well, a qualifying round at 6th grade, 11.
Alejandro, your word is keel block.
May I give me all the information, please?
Keel block is a noun. The first part of this word is from Old Norse-derived English, and the second part passed from Dutch to French to English. Keel block means a solid piece of hardwood used to support the longitudinal timber or series of timbers along the center of the bottom of a ship when that ship is under construction or when docked. Without a keel block, a docked ship would be unstable and could easily be damaged. Keel block.
May I repeat the language of origin, please?
The first part of this word is from Old Norse-derived English, and the second part passed from Dutch to French to English.
May you give me the definition again, please?
A solid piece of hardwood used to support the longitudinal timber or series of timbers along the center of the bottom of a ship when that ship is under construction or when docked.
Keel block. K-I-E-L-B-L-O-C-K. Keel block.
Keel block is K-E-E-L-B-L-O-C-K.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sad to see all Hamburger. That was a tough miss with that E sound, those language patterns. That's really hard, but he did a great try.
Caleb, your word is bollard. This bollard is a noun. It means a single or double post of metal or wood fixed on a pier or wharf and around which mooring lines are thrown. Bollard.
May I have the language of origin?
This word is perhaps from a part that went from Old Norse to English, plus a part of Germanic origin that went through French to English.
May you use it in a sentence?
Kyle fastened the boat's line to the bollard and stepped out onto the pier.
Bollard. B-O-L-L-A-R-D. Bollard.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Great job to Caleb. John, I would imagine that a lot of the words that you learned with your preparation kind of helped you today as well.
Yes and no.
Talk more
Good
about
deep
that,
breath.
Shreya.
Good for you, Shreya.
Thank you.
Your word is mintage.
Mintage. May I have all the information, please?
Mintage is a noun. This word is from an English word plus an originally Greek-derived English element. Mintage means an impression or stamp resembling one placed upon a coin. When Annika returned home from her first semester of college, it was clear that she had become stamped with the mintage of her new peers. Mintage.
Mintage. Does this come from like the English or like Greek mint, meaning like a type of coin?
I don't quite see that here.
Okay, mintage. May I have the definition again, please?
An impression or stamp resembling one placed upon a coin.
Okay, mintage. M-I-N-T-A-G-E. Mintage.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sometimes the roots work out, sometimes they don't. The spellers still find a way to get it right.
Siona, your word is tailory.
Tailory. May I have all the information, please?
Tailory is a noun. This word is from an element that passed from Latin to French to English. Tailory means clothing made by one whose occupation or business is making or altering clothing. Pierre's closet is full of bespoke tailory from Berlin.
Tailory. T-A-I-L-O-R-Y. Tailory.
Correct.
Thank you.
A lot of spellers love writing on their hands, so did I. Do you have anything like that?
Not really, but I think it is a great way to keep track.
Roshan, your word is culvert.
May I have all the information?
Culvert is a noun. This word is of unknown origin. Culvert means a transverse drain or waterway, as under a road, railroad, or canal. Maud's cat ran from the dog and hid in the culvert for several hours. Culvert.
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 Culvert. C-U-L-V-E-R-T. Culvert.
Correct.
Ocean moves on to round 5. Next up, going on to Virginia, we have Vicky Tanamala.
Hi, Dr. Sitama.
Hi, Vicky. Your word is typographical.
Typographical. Can I have all the information?
Typographical, also typographical, is an adjective. Two parts of this word are originally Greek elements, and another part is a Latin-derived English element. Typographical means occurring in typesetting or typewriting. Caitlin can keyboard 100 words per minute with no typographical errors.
Typographical.
Can I have the language of origin again?
Two parts of this word are originally Greek elements, and another part is a Latin-derived English element.
Does this come from the Greek graph meaning to write?
Yes.
Typographical. Typographical. Typographical.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's almost like you could imagine him seeing the word as he spelled it.
Absolutely.
Hello, Nikita. Your word is ill-fare.
Ill-fare. Could I please have the definition?
Ill-fare means the condition of turning out badly or of not being well off.
Ill-fare. Could I please have all the information?
Ill-fare is a noun. This word consists of a Norse-derived English element plus an originally English element. Ill-fare means the condition of turning out badly or of not being well off. Madge was shocked at the ill-fare she saw in the documentary on 19th century city life.
Does this come from the word ill, like not feeling well?
You have to provide a root, a language, and an origin. A root, a language, and a meaning.
Okay, does this come from the word fair, like that's not fair?
Also missing a language there.
Greek? Latin?
I don't see that here.
Does this come from Latin fair, meaning no, that's not fair?
I don't see that here. But listen to the origin again.
This word consists of a Norse-derived English element plus an originally English element.
Does this come from English fair, meaning like that's not fair?
I don't see that here.
English, like a ticket fare to pay.
I don't quite see that here.
Ill fare. Ill fare. I-L-L-F-A-I-R. Ill fare.
Ill-fare is I-L-L-F-A-R-E.
Thank you.
That one was a tough one. You
She
knew that
tried.
she was between the two of them, right?
For sure, she tried so hard.
It was great seeing her try and ask those questions, but we have some specific rules on how to do that.
Morning, Dr. Sitzma.
Good morning, Nargiza. Your word is adequation.
Adequation. May I please have all the information?
Adequation is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means the result of making equal, equivalence. Lionel counted the Haribo gummy bears and then split them so there would be adequation between the two piles. Adequation.
Adequation. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Only adequation.
Okay. Does this come from the Latin equus, meaning equal?
Yes.
Does this come from the Latin ad, meaning two?
Yes.
Okay. Adequation. Could you please repeat the definition?
The result of making equal, equivalence.
Okay. Thank you. Adequation. Adequation. A-D-E-Q-U-A-T-I-O-N. Adequation.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Rory Grant is up next.
Hi, Rory.
Hello.
Your word is agonic.
Can I have all the information, please?
Agonic, also agonic, is an adjective. This word is formed from originally Greek parts. Agonic means not forming an angle. Dr. Matson displayed a map that indicated all the agonic lines which pass through both the North Pole and the North Magnetic Pole. Agonic or agonic.
Agonic. A-G-O-N-I-C. Agonic?
Correct.
Straight to the point.
Right.
There you go.
Few questions asked.
Right.
Declan, your word is jack smelt.
Jack smelt. May I have all the information, please?
Jack smelt is a noun. This word was formed from a nickname plus an originally English part. Jack smelt means a large silver sides at the Pacific coast of North America that sometimes attains a length of 18 inches and is a chief commercial fish of the California markets. It took Irene only 3 minutes to catch a jack smelt while sitting on the pier, since there was a school of them right near her in the shallow waters. Jack smelt.
Jack smelt. J-A-C-K Jack Smelt.
That's correct.
Moving on to Nirav Nimbarte from West Virginia.
Nirav, your word is drakelet.
Drakelet. Can I please have all the information?
Drakelet is a noun. This word is from an English word and a French-derived English element. Drakelet means a young male of a wild or domestic duck. Scott spotted a drakelet floating serenely across the surface of the pond. Drakelet.
Drakelet. D-R-A-K-E-L-E-T. Drakelet.
Correct.
All right, John, we're on to our last speller of the round. We have Ethan Robert coming in from Madison, Wisconsin.
Hey, Dr. Sutamo.
Hey, Ethan. All right, your word is adobo.
Adobo. Could I have all the information, please?
Adobo, also pronounced adobo, is a noun. Originally from a Latin element and a word from a Germanic language, this word went through French to Spanish. Adobo means a dish of Spanish origin consisting of meat, as chicken or pork, marinated in a spicy sauce, browned, and then simmered in the marinade. Rose's favorite dish at the restaurant is the chicken adobo. Adobo, adobo.
Adobo. A-D-O-B-O. Adobo.
That is correct.
All right, everyone, that wraps up this group of spellers. At this moment, 88 have earned a spot in the semifinals. 11 have been eliminated in this Centennial Bee. John, you were also part of another milestone bee. 1977 was the 50th anniversary.
Yes, it was.
And how does it feel back to be now here for the 100th?
It was a great surprise to receive the postcard in the mail. And easy to agree to do it.
Of course, right? And you said you're not, you don't live too far from here. You're from Annapolis,
we live in
right?
Annapolis, Maryland.
And what are you up to these days?
Well, I've worked at the same veterinary practice in Annapolis for almost 28 years now, but in 2 months I'll be retiring, and we'll move on to the next phase.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I know all of your patients are lucky to have you. We're lucky to have you here at the Scripps National Spelling Bee, and we'll be back to the quarterfinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee right after this. The quarterfinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and we continue our parade of champions who have returned to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the bee. Joining us here is Dan Greenblatt, winner of the 1984 bee, and Molly Baker, the 1982 champion. So nothing's changed in the bee, right, guys? How does it feel to be back for both of you?
It feels great. It's been quite a long time, and it's just a spectacle of, competition, fun. It's the same feeling that it was 43 years ago.
We don't have to put a number,
but it's just so fun to be a part of.
Good.
Yeah, and I'm kind of the same for me. I mean, it's a really unique experience, as you said. Everything's changed, but nothing's changed.
Right. So tell me more about that. Is there something specific that you feel that feels different?
I mean, aside from the fact that we're on TV,
right.
Wire to wire, it's a little bit different. But in things like the vocabulary round, the written test, things like that just didn't happen back then. And so we were, we just spelled until we were eliminated or not.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, we're so happy to have you here, happy to hear about your past experience, and we'll kind of talk through some of the words. Let's get back to the stage as the competition continues with our next speller.
We're going on early, and he's on a phone, so I'm not really sure if he truly decided. I don't know if he understood the gravity of you need to be here. Great, let's start. He's right there in the hallway.
So this is our vocabulary round. So spellers will be getting a question, and then they'll be getting some multiple choice answers in which they'll have to choose from.
Okay.
Okay.
The word is scalding. If something is scalding, it A, has a bumpy texture, B, causes the sensation of burning, C, is temporarily misplaced.
If something is scalding, it B causes the sensation of burning.
That is correct.
Thank you.
The word is ledger. A ledger is A, a book in which business transactions are recorded, B, a gardening tool used to prune topiary bushes, C, a furry burrowing mammal.
A ledger is A, a book in which business transactions are recorded.
That is correct.
Your word is decorum. Another word for decorum is A, sparkle, B, correctness, C, misery.
Another word for decorum is a sparkle.
Another word for decorum is B, correctness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And these words are tough. They're all from the dictionary. Yesterday they came from the list, but these spellers are having to go through these new words.
Your word is plucky. Something described as plucky is A, yielding or submissive, B, spirited and brave, C, mischievous and deceitful.
A, yielding or submissive.
Something described as plucky is B, spirited and brave.
It's getting tougher, you can tell. And there's a lot of tricky answers in there, right?
Hi, how are you, Aaron?
Good.
It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Grievous. Something described as grievous is A, marked by a liking for companionship, B, resembling or relating to a grass, C, characterized by severe pain or suffering.
Something that is described as grievous is C, characterized by severe pain or suffering.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Aaron Lee moves on. Our next speller is also
Hello, Dr.
from
Bailey.
California.
Hi, Aiden. Truant. Someone described as truant is A, absent from school without permission, B, loyal and devoted to loved ones, C, likely to follow the latest fashion.
Someone described as truant is A, absent from school without permission.
That is correct.
Even the book, though, you both didn't have vocabulary rounds. I'm sure you learned definitions while you were studying.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Yes.
Howdy, Oliver. Gingerly. If something is done gingerly, it is done A, with extreme care, B, without energy or spirit, C, in a haphazard manner.
If something is done gingerly, it is done A, with extreme care.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Oliver Halkett moving on. Next up, we have Lawrence Yee to the microphone.
Howdy, Lawrence.
Hi.
Confluence. What is an example of confluence? A disagreement between nations. B, a meeting of two rivers to become one. C, a mild respiratory infection.
An example of a confluence is B, a meeting of two rivers to become one.
That is correct.
He was able to get that one because he said the full definition for B.
Howdy.
Exactly.
Hi.
Gesticulate. What does it mean to gesticulate? A, to conceive and gradually develop in the mind. B, to move the limbs and body while talking. C, to admit to membership in a society.
Gesticulate is B, to move the body or limbs when talking.
That is correct.
You notice spellers only have 30 seconds to answer these questions, so it's a pretty short amount of time.
Hi, Shruti.
Hello.
Dross. What does dross refer to? A, something extremely expensive. B, something base or gross. C, something charming or witty.
Dross refers to C, something charming or witty.
I'm sorry, Shruti. Dross refers to B, something base or gross.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We gave it a good try. That was a tough word. We have Ryan Sakara coming up next.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi.
Wanton. Someone described as wanton is marked by A, respect for authority, B, disregard for others, C, fondness for sleep.
Someone described as wanton as B, disregard for others.
That is correct. I love when they're so excited and shocked that they got the word right.
Hi.
Hello.
Textile. What is a textile? A woven or knit cloth. B, the words of a written work. C, an animal that crawls on its belly.
A textile is a woven or knit cloth.
That is correct.
Hi, Dua.
Hey, Dr. Bailey.
Temporal. Something described as temporal, A, is marked by violent disturbance. B, relates to time as opposed to eternity. C, has simplicity and charm.
Something described as temporal is C, has simplicity and charm.
I'm sorry, something described as temporal, B, relates to time as opposed to eternity. Hello, Charlie. Novella. A novella is A, short work of fiction, B, a repeated prayer, C, a musical composition.
A novella is a short work of fiction.
That is correct.
Clearly knew that one.
Spoken like he's read a few of those over the years.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Doing good.
Okay. Telekinesis. What is telekinesis? A, the movement of an object without physical contact. B, marked fondness for or obsession with technology. C, the practice of working at home using a computer.
Could you repeat the question, please?
What is telekinesis? A, the movement of an object without physical contact. B, marked fondness for or obsession with technology. C, the practice of working at home using a computer.
Telekinesis is A, the movement of an object without physical contact.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And if these spellers had that ability, they would prevent that bell from ever ringing, I'm sure.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Hi. How are you, Blanche?
Good, how are you?
Good. Malleable. Something described as malleable is A, capable of being shaped. B, deserving of blame or censure. C, cumbersome to carry due to size.
A, capable of being shaped.
That is correct.
Have you two figured out yet whether you would have liked to have a vocab round when you're in it?
Howdy, Vade.
Hi.
Sapling. What is
I
a
certainly enjoy watching
sapling? A savory appetizer. B, a young tree. C, a silk dress.
A sapling is B, a young tree.
That is correct.
Thank you.
If nothing else, you get a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right if you don't know it, so.
There is that.
Hello.
Hi, Nathan. Facetious. If a person is being facetious, they are A, joking in a silly or inappropriate way. B, being serious in a self-important manner. C, getting angry and aggressive.
If a person is being facetious, they are A, joking in a silly or inappropriate way.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Another one of our returners, Nathan, advancing.
Howdy.
Hello.
Satirical. If something is satirical, it is A, characterized by ridicule used to convey criticism. B, of or relating to dress or to tailored clothes. C, having, showing, or promoting good hygiene.
If something is satirical, it is A, characterized by ridicule, used to convey criticism.
That is correct.
Goes away, makes his way to round 6.
Hi, Nicasio.
Hi.
Irascible. If someone is described as irascible, they are A, unmemorable or easily forgotten. B, marked by a hot temper and strong anger. C, full of intelligence or creativity.
B, marked by a hot temper and strong anger.
That is correct.
I think they were going for erasable with that first one.
Felt like he wanted to erase
Good morning,
it a little
Sri.
bit, that's for sure.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Okay. Thank you. Kerfuffle. What is a kerfuffle? A tassel or decorative fringe. B, a disturbance or fuss. C, a light, silly laugh.
Can you repeat the word?
Kerfuffle.
A kerfuffle is B, a disturbance or fuss.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So Dan, not to put you on the spot, but what do you think your percentage would be right now on this vocab round?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
Hi, Hadi.
80, 90. It's not so bad.
Amen.
Savanna. What is a savanna? A tropical or subtropical grassland. B, a hat made of woven straws. C, an object floating in a body of water.
A savanna is A, tropical or subtropical grassland.
That is correct.
I do appreciate that kids have to understand the words now and not just memorize or, intuition.
Howdy.
Right.
That's the idea. Make it useful.
Nefarious. Something described as nefarious is A, kidney-shaped. B, extremely wicked. C, largely ornamental.
Something described as nefarious is B, extremely wicked.
That is correct.
That first answer was a play on a Greek root that a lot of spellers know.
Hi, Sarv.
Hi.
Revile. To revile means A, to put on public display. B, to oil or lubricate. C, to use contemptuous language.
To revile means C, to use contemptuous language.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Banter. Banter is A, widespread confusion. B, clever forgery. C, good-natured joking.
Banter is C, good-natured joking.
That is correct.
Do you two remember any fun banter on stage between words?
There was definitely chatting.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
It's a long time to sit up there.
It sure is.
Denounce. If someone denounces something, they A, speak it clearly and correctly. B, declare that it is blameworthy or evil. C, make an inscription on its surface.
If someone denouncing something, they A, speak it clearly and correctly.
If someone denounces something, they B, declare that it is blameworthy or evil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Giovanni, the second time here, has one more year to come back from Ghana.
Hello
Here's
again,
our
Celine.
other representative from Ghana, Celine.
Tainted. If something becomes tainted, it becomes A, empowered, B, colorful, C, poisonous.
If something becomes tainted, it becomes C, poisonous.
That is correct.
Hi.
Howdy. Rancor. What is rancor? A, boisterous high spirits. B, vehement hatred or ill will. C, public attention or patronage.
Rancor is B, vehement hatred or ill will.
That is correct.
This B's kind of become known for its lack of rancor. Was that the case 40 years ago?
Yeah, I would say
Hi,
so.
Kaveen.
Hi.
Everybody supported one another.
Omnipotent. An omnipotent person is one who A, has virtually unlimited power. B, tends to talk and gossip. C, is overly fond of food.
An omnipotent person is one who A, has virtually unlimited power.
That is correct.
Hello there.
Hello, Yaya. Tarnished. If something becomes tarnished, it A, becomes cherished and celebrated. B, transforms into its liquid form. C, loses its desirable qualities.
The word is tarnished, right?
Tarnished.
All right. If something becomes tarnished, it C, loses its desirable qualities?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Feels like some momentum going here.
Hi, Leo.
Hi.
Heterogeneous. Something described as heterogeneous, A, shares resources for mutual benefit. B, reproduces itself out of its own self or substance. C, consists of dissimilar ingredients or constituents.
If something is described as heterogeneous, it A, shares resources for mutual benefit.
Something described as heterogeneous, C, consists of dissimilar ingredients or constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, it can be such a tough choice sometimes when you're not 100% sure.
No.
Leo was here last year. 2 more chances to come
Hi,
back. Hope we
Zachary.
see him.
Obligatory. What is another word for obligatory? A, required. B, untidy. C, falsified.
Another word for obligatory is A, required.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Molly, did you have any obligatory appearances after winning it all?
There is quite
Howdy.
a list of appearances afterwards.
Maybe we'll hear about some of them
Tinkerer.
in a moment.
A tinkerer is a person who A, extracts metal from rock ores. B, makes jokes even when inappropriate. C, repairs or adjusts things.
A tinkerer is a person who repairs or adjusts things.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I'd love to see the relief on kids' faces when they realize they're through to the next round.
Nothing beats it.
Hi, Luke.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Brazen. If something is described as brazen, it is A, done in the open with no concern for public opinion. B, found only in cold temperatures. C, lean and wrinkled from age or illness.
If something is brazen, it is A, done in the open with no concern for public opinion.
That is correct.
Howdy.
Hi.
Paradox. What is a paradox? A statement that is seemingly contradictory. B, an organism that lives on or in another species. C, a short restatement of a text or passage.
A paradox is A, a statement that is seemingly contradictory.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Adarsh.
Hi.
Conflagration. What is a conflagration? A large disastrous fire. B, the raising of a symbolic banner. C, a statement of proof or support.
A conflagration is A, a large disastrous fire.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's the relief when they hear the words that they know it.
You can see it immediately,
Dr. Bailey.
can't you?
Howdy.
Sanvi from
Titan.
Troy, Michigan.
A person described as a Titan, A, stands out among others of a group for greatness or achievement. B, is often frightened or discouraged and gives up easily. C, follows the opinions or teachings of another.
A person described as a Titan is A, stands out among others of a group for greatness or achievement.
That is correct.
Thank you.
In other words, every competitor on that stage right now.
Sure is. Sure is.
Hello.
Hi, Gemma. Saturation. What is saturation? A feeling of sadness or melancholy. B, the quality or state of being filled to capacity. C, the process of growing up or developing.
Saturation is B, the quality or state of being filled to capacity.
That is correct.
It's hard to imagine that some of these brains haven't reached full spelling saturation yet.
Hello.
Hello. Quagmire. A quagmire is A complex situation that is hard to get out of. B, a sour fermented vegetable. C, a thick-shelled American clam.
A quagmire is a complex situation that is hard to get out of.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Very quietly confident.
Hey, Dr. Bailey.
Hey, how are you, Yuva?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Fickle. If someone is described as fickle, they are A, reluctant to converse, B, marked by lack of constancy, C, steady in character or purpose.
Fickle. Can you repeat the word again?
Fickle.
If someone is described as fickle, they are A, reluctant to converse.
Someone described as fickle is marked by lack of constancy, B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dan, you remarked on quiet confidence a moment ago. It makes me wonder, the two of you, maybe after this last competitor, you can tell us what you watch for when you watch the B now.
Vapid. Something described as vapid is A, ready in a very short time, B, uninteresting or pointless, C, brightly colored or flashy.
Can I hear the word again?
Vapid.
Brightly colored or flashy. C.
Something vapid is B, uninteresting or pointless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more year of eligibility for Ananya. Molly, what do you watch for now when you take in the B?
I'd say, like Dan said, it's a quiet confidence. You can see
Hello.
as soon as they hear it or
How are you,
step up.
Rian?
Good, how are you?
Good. Taboo. Something described as taboo is A, banned due to morality or taste, B, confused and overexcited, C, extremely cold to the touch.
Can you repeat Answer choices, please.
Something described as taboo is A, banned due to morality or taste, B, confused and overexcited, C, extremely cold to the touch.
Something described as taboo is B, confused and overexcited.
Something described as taboo is A, banned due to morality or taste.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if they go over their same procedure,
Hi, Dr. Billy.
Hi, Harini.
Their process.
Thwart. What does it mean to thwart someone? A, to oppose them successfully. B, to worship or exalt them. C, to appeal to their sense of compassion.
A, to oppose them successfully.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So Harini kind of reverses the momentum in the room. Sometimes it's nice to not hear that bell for a change.
Hi, Dr. Billy.
Always nice not to
Howdy,
hear the bell.
Sean.
Amen. Not sometimes.
Scavenge. To scavenge is A, to take revenge or inflict punishment. B, to explore underwater caves. C, to collect something from discarded material.
Can you repeat all the answer choices one more time?
Sure. To scavenge is A, to take revenge or inflict punishment. B, to explore underwater caves. C, to collect something from discarded material.
To scavenge is C, to collect something from discarded material.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That word makes me wonder if you two found any unique places to scavenge for study words back in the day.
We'll talk about it in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Howdy.
Hi.
Paradigm. What is a paradigm? A, an outstandingly clear or typical example. B, a closed figure bounded by straight lines. C, an arsenal of weapons used for defense.
A paradigm is an outstandingly clear or typical example.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Quell. What does it mean to quell something? A, to suppress it. B, to decorate it. C, to stimulate it.
To quell something is to A, suppress it.
That is correct.
Thank you.
We've got our momentum back for sure now.
Mm-hmm. And Izzy
Hi, Izzy.
Canada.
Hi.
She's been quick at the mic.
Alleviate. What does it mean to alleviate? A, to lessen or relieve. B, to depart suddenly. C, to leach out materials from soil.
A, to lessen or relieve.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You could see the tension alleviated from her countenance as soon as she heard it.
Couldn't have said it better.
Hi, Jay.
Hello, Dr. Billy.
Bonbon. Where would you most likely encounter a bonbon? A, a petting zoo. B, a candy store. C, a fireworks display.
You would most likely encounter a bonbon at B, a candy store.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Leah.
Hi.
Havoc. What is havoc? A, widespread destruction. B, a soft Danish cheese. C, something divided in two.
Havoc is A, widespread destruction.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Howdy, Simran. Abyss. What is an abyss? A, a strong alcoholic drink. B, a woman who leads a convent of nuns. C, a vastly deep gulf or great space.
An abyss is C, a vastly deep gulf or great space.
That is correct.
Thank you.
The Empire State showing very well today.
Howdy.
Howdy. How you doing, Saj?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. Abate. If you abate something, you A, argue over it in a formal setting. B, reduce it in degree or intensity. C, actively encourage its progress.
If you abate something, you
B, reduce it in degree or intensity.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Molly, did you have any good methods for abating the nerves up there?
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Deep breaths.
All right, Holden. Cordiality. What is cordiality? A, the ability to work hard on a task. B, a medical condition involving joint pain. C, sincere affection and kindness.
Could you repeat the word?
Cordiality.
Cordiality is C, sincere affection and kindness.
That is correct.
Thank you.
On display from Holden there. I think that was sincere.
Hi.
Hi, Aishwarya.
I can imagine so.
Amphivorous. Someone described as amphivorous, A, appears overly tired or exhausted. B, eats both animals and vegetables. C, easily remembers obscure information.
Someone described as amphivorous. B, eats both animals and vegetables.
That is correct.
Thank you.
She knows that route.
Yep.
Both of them.
Hi, Cushy. Negligible. Something described as negligible is A, so unimportant that it does not deserve attention. B, clothed in carelessly informal attire. C, characterized by honorable behavior.
Something described as negligible is A, so unimportant that it doesn't deserve attention.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Stop, and it is on to the next round.
Hi, Chilaka.
Hi.
Enmity. What is another word for enmity? A, hostility. B, immunity. C, ability.
Another word for enmity is A, hostility.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Chilaka hasn't messed around up there. Those vocab words have been 7 seconds or less at the moment.
Hi, Zach.
Hi.
Ampersand. Where would you see an ampersand? A, at the beach. B, in a written text. C, in an X-ray.
You would see an ampersand B in a written text.
That is correct.
If you saw it in an X-ray, that would be pretty concerning.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Hi, Rujva.
Hi, Dr. Billy.
Regenerate. If you regenerate something, you A, form or create it again. B, corrupt or sink it to a low level. C, hold it at a low temperature.
If you regenerate something, you A, form or create it again.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Avinav.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Prolific. A person described as prolific is marked by A, careful craftsmanship. B, abundant productivity. C, unethical practices.
Can you repeat the word again, please?
Prolific.
A person described as prolific is marked by B, abundant productivity.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hard to get much more prolific than making it here to Washington 4 times like Avinav.
Howdy.
Hello.
Sanctuary. What is a sanctuary? A common or unwritten law. B, a refuge from turmoil and strife. C, a person who cannot be trusted.
B, a refuge from turmoil and strife.
That is correct.
When you two competed, did they still have that sanctuary called the comfort room?
They did.
Yes.
And nobody wanted to see the inside of it.
No.
Howdy.
You were escorted straight there.
Lucrative. Another word for lucrative is A, profitable. B, slippery. C, studious.
Can you repeat the choices again?
Another word for lucrative is A, profitable. B, slippery. C, studious.
Another word for lucrative is A, profitable.
That is correct.
How lucrative was winning this 40 years ago, Dan?
$1,000,
Nice to see you back,
TV,
Dr. Bailey.
VCR,
Well, it's nice to see
encyclopedia.
you, Isaac.
What's a VCR?
Yeah, good question.
Ready?
Yes.
Cameo. What is a cameo? A silk tank top worn as a slip. B, a brief role performed by a well-known actor. C, a machine for taking photographic images.
A cameo is C, a machine for taking photographic images.
A cameo is B, a brief role performed by a well-known actor.
Thank you.
Well, tough for Isaac. He tied for 23rd last year. Does have one more possible year to compete here in Washington.
Hi, Jaden.
Hello.
Verification. Verification is A, the breaking up of a hard surface. B, the slow release of pent-up pressure. C, the authentication of truth or accuracy.
C, the authentication of truth or accuracy.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Hubbub. A hubbub is A, a metal cap on a wheel. B, a married man. C, a noisy confusion of sound.
A noisy confusion of sound.
That is correct.
No nonsense.
Married man was a creative try. I get it.
Hi, Anjali.
Hi.
Tome. What is a tome? A book that is often large or scholarly. B, an annual or biennial flower. C, a vaulted circular roof or ceiling.
C, a vaulted circular roof or ceiling.
A tome is a book that is often large or scholarly.
Like that dictionary she's competing against, but one of our younger competitors, 4 more chances to compete here in Washington. Look forward to seeing you.
Hi, John.
Hi.
Parody. What is parody? A, an art form involving comedic imitation. B, the quality or state of being equal. C, reality beyond the observable physical universe.
B, the quality or state of being equal.
That is correct.
How was the parody when you guys competed?
Howdy, Sway Tom.
Howdy, how are
Full
you?
parody.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yes.
Thanks.
Pretty evenly matched.
Very.
Unfathomable.
favorite.
Something described as unfathomable cannot be A, domesticated or made tame. B, allowed complete liberty or freedom. C, fully comprehended or understood.
Something described as unfathomable cannot be. C, fully comprehended or understood.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Like the Octo champs in 2019 till it actually happened.
Yeah, it's unfathomable to think about pressure some kids
Hi,
are under,
Vidula.
the poise they show on stage.
Infallible. What does infallible mean? A, able to be steered. B, incapable of error. C, covered in leaves.
B, incapable of error.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And we have had champions display infallibility on stage and others who
Hello, Dr.
missed a
Bailey.
few along the way.
Howdy. How are you, Soraya?
You think
Great,
you're
how are
infallible
you?
until you're
Pretty
not.
good.
That's good.
Truer words never
Tactfully.
spoken.
If something is done tactfully, it is done A, considerately and diplomatically. B, in a hurried and rushed manner. C, relying on the sense of touch.
A, considerately and diplomatically.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Soraya from Abilene.
Cameras on the audience.
Yes.
See the families is fun.
Isn't that the best?
Yes.
Nonagon. What is a nonagon? A Buddhist monk or renunciant. B, a puzzle with multiple solutions. C, a nine-sided closed figure or shape.
C, a nine-sided closed figure or shape.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Great to have Arnie back. He made it here 3 years ago. Came close the last couple.
Hi.
Howdy. Flagrant. If something is flagrant, it is A, purposefully conspicuous or glaringly evident. B, always adapting or constantly in flux. C, blowing in the wind from a great height.
Flagrant. If something is flagrant, it is B, always adapting or constantly in flux.
If something is flagrant, it is A, purposefully conspicuous or glaringly evident.
Thanks to the Rain Droplets Foundation out of Texas for sponsoring his entry
Hello.
this year. Hope to see him. 3 more chances to get here.
Garland. What is a garland? A lighthouse for guiding mariners. B, a sleeveless, close-fitting coat. C, a wreath or chain of leaves or flowers.
A garland is C, a wreath or chain of leaves or flowers.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Arini is our 5-timer here in Washington. Wow. She's used to the pressure of these vocab rounds.
Howdy. Avid. If you are avid about something, you A, lack any interest in it. B, have a general awareness of it. C, crave it eagerly.
If you are avid about something, you C, crave it eagerly.
That is correct.
Hi.
Hi.
Zen. A person with a Zen attitude exhibits A, extreme touchiness and a short temper. B, meditative calmness and acceptance. C, exuberant happiness and joy.
A person who exhibits Zen has an attitude that exhibits B, meditative calmness and acceptance.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Bailey's been accused of that a time or two.
It's a good attitude to have as a chief pronouncer.
Howdy.
Hi.
Our runner-up last year.
Tete-a-tete.
Faison.
What is a tete-a-tete? A, an elaborate dress worn at the 18th century French court. B, a private conversation between two people. C, a dance of French origin characterized by high kicking.
A tete-a-tete is B, a private conversation between two people.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Kind of like you had with Bruhat at the end of last year's competition. Faison also got a perfect score on the test that sent folks to the quarterfinals.
Howdy.
Wow. Force to be reckoned with.
Vindicated. If a person has been vindicated, they have been A, reduced to a state of poverty. B, freed from error or guilt. C, poisoned by a successor.
B, freed from error or guilt.
That is correct.
Hello.
Howdy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Scribe. What is a scribe? A, an official or public writer. B, a person who operates a vehicle. C, a pastry chef.
A, an official or public writer.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Bingo.
On we go.
Hi, Noah.
Hi.
Allege. If you allege something, you A, make it more peaceful. B, assert it without proof. C, sharpen it.
B, assert it without proof.
That is correct.
Younger sister looks pretty happy with that one.
Howdy, Zachary.
Howdy, Dr. Bailey.
Manifold. Something described as manifold is marked by A, generosity or open-heartedness, B, uselessness or inefficiency, C, diversity or variety.
Zachary's our youngest competitor, only 8 years old.
B, uselessness or inefficiency?
Something described as manifold is marked by C, diversity or variety.
He will be back without a doubt. You can hear how the audience loves him.
I saw the kids reacting to him. He's just such a wonderful kid.
And he did achieve his dream of reading the dictionary with Dr. Bailey.
Nice.
See you next year, Zachary.
He'll go far.
It does seem like the vocab round can favor the older spellers just by exposure to some of these words.
Kids read more. They read tougher books.
Howdy. Kiosk. What is a kiosk? A, an open boat that consists of a wooden frame covered with hide. B, a stand or booth at which merchandise is sold or information is provided. C, a container usually of horn, metal, or leather used to carry powder for a firearm.
A kiosk is B, a stand or booth at which merchandise is sold or information is provided.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Shreya.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Dirge. What would be the most likely setting for a dirge? A, an airfield. B, a funeral. C, a nature preserve.
Can you repeat all the answer choices?
What would be the most likely setting for a dirge? A, an airfield. B, a funeral. C, a nature preserve.
C, a nature preserve.
The most likely setting for a dirge would be B, a funeral.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Terminology. What is terminology? A, the starting or ending point of a railroad journey. B, a branch of medical science that deals with the nose and its diseases. C, the technical expressions used in a special subject.
Terminology is C, the technical expressions used in a special subject.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I know one thing that hasn't changed since you were in it or I was in it is the randomness, right? The element of chance.
Yeah.
Evident there again.
Word either way.
Redundant.
Head now.
Something described as redundant. A, provides great joy or pleasure. B, gives out a bright light. C, exceeds what is necessary.
C, exceeds what is necessary.
That is correct.
Yeah, there's always a lot of luck in
Howdy, Dr.
what
Bailey.
you get,
Howdy.
where you were sitting.
No way to
Sorted.
escape that.
Oh.
Something described as sorted is A, base or vile. B, carefully organized. C, tasty and refreshing.
Something described as sorted is B, carefully organized.
Something described as sorted is A, base or vile.
There's a homonym that would fit that definition, certainly.
Sorry to see that. Vicky's from my home district. Always sad to see him fall. But
Howdy.
3 more
How are you
years to
doing,
come
Nagisa?
back from Leesburg,
good. How
Virginia.
about you?
Pretty good.
The General George Marshall Museum, if
Should we
you
do
ever
this?
I mean, there's no backing out of it now, I guess.
Okay. Edifice. Which of these is an edifice? A, the U.S. Capitol building. B, the Sea of Galilee. C, the winter solstice.
Could you please repeat the word?
Edifice.
An edifice is A, the U.S. Capitol building?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sure is, not too far away. Nargiza, on to round 6. Rory from Roanoke.
Hi.
Hello.
Tempo. What does tempo mean? A, the peak of a mountain. B, a savory vegetable stew. C, the rate of motion or activity.
Tempo means C, the rate of motion or activity.
That is correct.
That's pretty quick in that instance.
Good tempo going here.
See if we can keep it going with another returner, Declan. From the West
Feasibility.
Coast.
What is feasibility? A, the indebtedness of a government. B, a lack of strength or endurance. C, the capability of being carried out.
C, the capability of being carried out.
That is correct.
Sounds like he's done a feasibility study on the bee and decided it was worth it.
Case in point.
Hearsay. What is hearsay? A treaty. B, a rumor. C, an experiment.
B, a rumor?
That is correct.
Are you sure, or was it just hearsay?
Hi, Ethan.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Albatross. An albatross is A, a spiked club. B, a large seabird. C, a piece of jewelry.
An albatross is B, a large seabird.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Boy, the best shot you could hit on a golf course. We're getting down to the wire here. We've had 73 spelled correctly and 15 incorrect in this round. Been hanging out with 2 past champions from the 1980s. Molly Baker won it all in 1982, Dan in 1984. There were a few questions I kind of threw in there that I wanted to circle back to for you guys. One, I said, are there places that you guys used to scavenge for words? Because this was the pre-internet era in the 1980s. Where did you look for words that might help you here in Washington?
Certainly you start with a lot of lists that were originally from the Bee, but pretty quickly you go through those lists, and so then it's anything you can get, medical, just different sources, because they're going to be pulling from everywhere when you get to the later rounds.
Yeah, and for me, I read voraciously as a kid. As Molly mentioned, we had the Words of the Champions books back then, but we didn't realize, I didn't realize at least going in, that we were going to run out of those words fairly quickly. So it was a little bit of a shock when we reached the end of that list. But so then you have to rely on, okay, here are words that I've read in books, magazines, comic strips even. You just pull it from wherever you can. And of course, if you have a copy of Webster's dictionary lying around, it helps quite a bit as well.
And you mentioned you're from Virginia, but you've lived for several years now in the Netherlands. You ever come across words there that maybe you wouldn't have been exposed to here?
Well, plenty of times. I mean, Dutch is a very regular language, though. It's learning. I mean, and we have a fair amount of Dutch words in the English language as well, or Dutch word origin words, things like cookies and coleslaw even all came from the Dutch. So, but it's a very interesting language to study and learn, and yeah, I'm ik ken een klein beetje Nederlands, maar not that much, so but enough to get by.
You had a good start going there.
Yeah.
Well, and thanks for coming so far. Back to this 100th year of the Bee. So Molly, he told us he got $1,000, a TV, VCR, and an encyclopedia. You were 2 years earlier. Same prizes or different?
It was pretty much the same slate of prizes.
Yeah?
It was. Yes, the television and the encyclopedias, all the great sponsors, and the $1,000 cash.
And what was your winning word?
Psoriasis. which, as every kid here knows, oh, that's a very spelling bee word. You know, anything that starts with not the expected letter is the spelling bee word.
You want to ruin it for him and tell him what letter it starts with?
I think everyone in this room knows psoriasis.
Hopefully not experiencing it, but aware of it. And Dan, I'm just wondering if you've ever gotten heckled for your winning word.
Yes, quite a bit. That's my lead up for having the shortest winning word in spelling bee history. Yeah, luge was, if you've seen the tape from 1984, you see the look on my face and the audible groan that comes up from the audience when they hear the word, and it's like, really? That's it? But for me, it was more of a, oh my gosh, really? Is that it? I mean, so it's like, ask for all the information, definition, sentence, origin, just making sure it is what it is. But yeah, I definitely got a little bit of heckling from my fellow students, from, people, you tell people what the word was and they're like, that's it? I can win this thing.
Well, especially in 1984, because the Sarajevo Games were a few months before that.
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. So we had there was a lot of context for that word.
But I guess this is something that when we look back in history and we just look at a list of winning words, we forget. Very rarely is the winning word the most challenging word that a speller received in competition.
Indeed,
sure.
Indeed. And there were a lot of difficult ones before that, if I were to throw some of those at people, they'd be like, okay, I get it.
Well, do you have any on demand that you can fire our way?
Let's see. So some of the ones, there was Patrix. There was amblyopia. My second to last word, I guess, came up yesterday too with tohi. And that was another one of those. We took circle back to where I scavenged words from. I knew that one because I had read an article in a Nature magazine for kids about bird calls, and the tohi's bird call, and the call sounds like the name. So, okay, I basically just spat it out in 5 seconds and moved on to luge.
That's the way to go. Yeah. Molly, did you have a word you wanted to share that you remember fondly?
I think it's always interesting, like you said, the winning word is often easier than other ones throughout, and especially when it gets late, the words that spellers go down on are the ones that are going to challenge people. So the runner-up, she went down on the word contretemps, which, of course, French origins, and if you're not familiar with that, so, but I was familiar with contretemps.
You may be foreshadowing some French words in the future. Molly Baker, Dan Greenblatt, 2 past champions among more than 40 former champions here that are back for the 100th year. In just a little bit, we're going to find out who's going to qualify for the semifinals tonight. Back to these quarterfinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Stay with us. Hello again from deep into the quarterfinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. We're heading toward those semifinals tonight. 73 spellers still in the competition. And we're joined now by bee judge and esteemed language columnist Ben Zimmer. He's written for the Wall Street Journal. Maybe you've seen his stuff, The Atlantic. He writes some pretty good crosswords too. And Christian Axelgaard, who comes to us from the front lines as associate pronouncer. You've seen them both on your screens. Guys, your take so far on how these rounds are progressing and how these incredible spellers are faring?
I mean, they're doing great, right? They're coming up against some tough words. These are ones they haven't seen before necessarily, and I think they're rising to the challenge.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing. Once we're in the quarterfinals and everything is off list, they haven't seen the words before, but they're definitely rising to the challenge for both spelling and vocabulary questions.
Speaking of the words on the list, Christian, I know you're working on your doctorate at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, so were you the source of that synonym for wolverine that we saw earlier in the bee?
I don't know if I'm supposed to confirm that sort of stuff, but I'm pretty sure no. Yeah, I wouldn't be that sneaky.
Oh, well, I mean, it seemed to fit the suspect. Well, let's talk about the staying power here. 100 years of the Scripps National Spelling Bee. How do you guys account for that? Ben, why don't you go first? How has this competition lasted for this long?
Well, it's interesting just to think about this 100 years of history, and I mean, it has become an institution, very much so. I think that it's something that, every year, down at the school level all the way to the national level, this love of learning, love of words and language shines through, and people see not just the usefulness of having it, but also this is a fun activity to make it into this kind of competition.
Fun and lucrative, as we just heard in the vocab round. What's your take, Christian?
Yeah, I think sometimes being someone who's so into language, I sort of feel like, oh, I'm not normal, I'm different from everybody else. I think Ben probably knows what that feels like sometimes. But to see people so excited, right? It is a fun event. We get to see the hard work of these spellers pay off. I think it is a way that people engage with the language that makes us feel that maybe we're all on the same team.
I think that's a great way to say it. So let's get back to the stage and some more members of Team Speller. We're in the quarterfinal round, 73 competitors remaining. We had vocab last round, so let's go back to spelling words. Or spelling words, if you want to hear the G pronounced at the end of that.
Aisha.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Emulgent, also emulgent.
Emulgent. Can you repeat the alternate pronunciations, please?
Emulgent, emulgent.
Emulgent, emulgent. May I have the definition, please?
That provides a drain for or strains out the product of something, as the kidneys.
Emulgent. May I have the language of origin, please?
Latin.
Does this come from Latin ex meaning out?
Yes.
Emulgent. May I have the part of speech, please?
Adjective.
Emulgent. Can you repeat the word again, please?
Emulgent, emulgent.
Emulgent, emulgent. Emulgent. E-M-U-L-G-E-N-T. Emulgent.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Howdy, Sumuk.
Hi.
Tanitroas.
Tanitroas. May I have all of the information?
Tanitroas is the only pronunciation I have. Tanitroas is an adjective. Tanitroas is from an originally Latin word and an English element. Tanitroas means thundering, fulminating. The Tanitroas artillery guns had been shelling the enemy positions for several hours.
Tanitroas.
Got a schwa on that first syllable. What vowel is he going to go with there?
Tanitroas.
Maybe a clue in the definition.
T-O-N-I-T-R-U-O-U-S. Tanitroas.
That is correct.
Got the right letter for that track. 10 years old and on to round 7.
Hello. How are you?
Good. Nervous.
Chitinous.
Chitinous. May I have the definition, please?
Chitinous means of or like a white or colorless amorphous horn-like substance that forms part of the hard outer integument of insects, crustaceans, and some other invertebrates, and also occurs in fungi.
Chitinous. May I have the part of speech?
Adjective.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Chitinous.
Chitinous. C-H-I-T-I-N-O-U-S. Chitinous.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I know the camera gives viewers some clues as to how confident a speller is. Maybe after this one, you guys can tell us if you see something being so close when the rounds are going.
Horopter, also horopter.
Horopter or horopter. Okay, wish I got chitinous.
So many
can I have all
spellers
the
can
information,
commiserate.
please?
Sure. Horopter, horopter are the pronunciations I have. A horopter is a noun. It's formed in French from Greek elements. It is the locus of points in external space whose images are formed on corresponding places of the two retinas and which are therefore seen single, as in the stereoscope, invented in 1838 by Charles Wheatstone, can be used to explore the empirical horopter, but it's also just a cool vintage picture viewer.
Okay, can I have the definition again, please?
Horopter is the locus of points in external space whose images are formed on corresponding places of the two retinas and which are therefore seen single.
Okay, horopter. H-O-R-R-O-P-T-E-R, horopter.
So close. Horopter is spelled H-O-R-O-P-T-E-R.
Dang it.
Didn't see the root there of Horos.
Yeah, not quite.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Howdy,
Which also
Oliver.
informs the word horizon, among others.
Opihi.
OPE, all the information, please.
Opihi is the only pronunciation I have. Opihi is a noun from Hawaiian. And opihi is any of several edible limpets. Leilani taught Kaleo how to pry an opihi off its rock, cook it up with a lot of hot pepper, and make a refrigerator magnet from its shell.
OPE? OPE, you said it's Hawaiian, right?
It's from Hawaiian, opihi.
Okay, OPE.
One of the most consistent languages in terms of vowel sounds.
Okay, OPE. O-P-I-H-I, OPE.
That is correct.
Oh my God.
With a Polynesian language like Hawaiian, it's very phonetic in terms of its spelling. You don't overcomplicate it. And
Hi, Lawrence. Tiswood. Tiswood.
Tiswood. What's the definition?
Tiswood is the snowdrop tree.
Tiswood. What's the language of origin?
It's formed from a part of unknown origin plus an English part.
Tiswood.
Tiswood.
Any alternate pronunciation?
Just the one. Tiswood. Can you say it again?
Tiswood.
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 Definition should give them the back half of the word, in theory.
T-I-S-S-W-O-O-D. Tiswood.
That is correct.
Lawrence's area hasn't had a qualifying bee the last few years. One of our competitors last year made sure that would happen, and Lawrence is the beneficiary.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Obligate. Also obligate. Also obligate. 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 Obligate and obligate.
Obligate. Can I have the language of origin?
It's from a word that passed from Latin to French. Obligate.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There is obligate, obligate, and obligate.
Can I have the language of origin again?
Latin to French.
Obligate. Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Obligate. A B L I G A T E. Obligate.
Obligate is spelled A-B-L-E-G-A-T-E.
Thank you.
You'd hope maybe an alternate would help, but sometimes it throws you off the track.
It helped a little with that last syllable, I think. But yeah.
Not the middle one.
No.
Saporous.
Saporous. Can I have all the information, please?
For sure. Saporous is the only pronunciation I have. Saporous is an adjective from Latin. Saporous means having flavor, especially agreeable in taste. When Mom returned from work, the kids treated her to a saporous beef stew. Saporous.
Saporous. Saporous. S-A-P-O-R-O-U-S. Sapirus.
That is correct.
Picked the right connector, didn't double the P. One of our younger competitors still going.
Hi, Hannah.
I like to Bailey.
Chattel.
Know the definition?
Chattel is an item of tangible, movable, or immovable property, which is by its nature considered to be essential to land and is permanently affixed buildings or other structures. Chattel.
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 May I have the language of origin?
It's from a Latin word that became French and then English.
Can you repeat the language of origin?
Latin to French to English. Chattel.
Christian, which part are you concerned about here?
Yeah, the part of speech.
I think it's probably the double consonant
Noun.
in the middle. Yeah.
How about the end, Ben?
Yeah, it could go L or
Chattel.
LE. Not familiar.
C-H-A-T. T-E-L, chattel.
That's correct.
Got it right. None of those landmines got her, but you could hear it pause at both spots we talked about.
Exactly.
Decubitus.
Can I have all of the information?
Decubitus, also decubitus, is a noun from Latin. Decubitus means prolonged lying down, as in a bed. Wen's car accident resulted in a period of decubitus, followed by months of physiotherapy. Decubitus, decubitus.
What is that part of speech?
Noun.
Probably the most
you please
important
repeat the
question, right?
Right, that's right.
Prolonged
Don't get
lying
confused
down,
by
as
the
in bed.
potential adjective ending of OUS on this one.
Can you please repeat the word?
Decubitus, decubitus.
And the two pronunciations could clarify the start.
Decubitus. D-E-C-U-B-I-T-U-S. Decubitus.
That is correct.
From Oak Park, California, one of our most impressive first-timers here in Washington this year, Charlie Huang moves on.
Hi. Kidderminster.
All info, please.
Kidderminster has no alternate pronunciations, just Kidderminster. Kidderminster is a noun formed from an English place name. Kidderminster is carpet made of fiber, such as wool, that is dyed before being spun into yarn. It's also called Scotch carpet. The Kidderminster in Jonathan's bedroom was a flat, reversible carpet with opposite colors showing on each side. Kidderminster.
Could you repeat the origin, please?
It's from an English place name.
Kidderminster? Kidderminster. Could you repeat pronunciations?
Kidderminster.
Kidderminster. Could you repeat the definition?
A carpet made of fiber as wool that is dyed before being spun into yarn. It's also called Scotch carpet.
Could you repeat the word?
Kidderminster.
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 I heard a difference in how Sarvadnya said it there versus the
Kidderminster.
first time he pronounced it.
Kidderminster. Kidderminster.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Didn't it sound like he was leaning T in his first pronunciation?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tricky, especially when it comes from a place name. You don't have like a root to rely on there.
Hi, Blanche.
Hi.
Good thing he asked him to pronounce it again.
was key.
Taqueria.
Taqueria. Can I have all the information, please?
Certainly. Taqueria has only that pronunciation. Taqueria. It's a noun. It's from a word that is perhaps Germanic in origin that went into Spanish. A taqueria is a Mexican restaurant specializing especially in tacos and burritos. Lori and Meggie dine at their favorite local taqueria every Tuesday without fail. Taqueria.
Can I have the origin again?
It's from a word that's perhaps Germanic in origin that then went into Spanish.
Can I have the definition again?
A Mexican restaurant specializing especially in tacos and burritos.
If you haven't seen it on a sign before, you might guess wrong. Especially with that definition, maybe throwing you off course.
Taqueria. Taqueria. Taqueria.
I'm sorry, taqueria is Taqueria. Hi.
Hi.
Apoptosis, 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 apoptosis.
Okay, may I have all the information, please?
Sure. I have 4 variant pronunciations. There's apoptosis, 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 and apoptosis. It's a noun from Greek. Apoptosis is a process of cell self-destruction that is marked by the fragmentation of nuclear DNA and that is a normal physiological process eliminating DNA-damaged, superfluous, or unwanted cells. If a genetic mutation stops natural apoptosis, it can result in uncontrolled cell growth and the formation of tumors.
Apoptosis, does this come from the Greek apo, meaning away from?
Yes.
Does it come from the Greek root toma, meaning corpse?
I don't see that here.
Could you repeat the definition?
A process of cell self-destruction that is marked by the fragmentation of nuclear DNA and that is a normal physiological process eliminating DNA-damaged, superfluous, or unwanted cells.
Apoptosis. A-P-O-P-T-O-S-I-S. Apoptosis.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Did he make you guys nervous with his root question there, the second one?
Again, you can learn sometimes even more from a no than from a yes when it comes to a root question.
That is a great point.
Polaron.
Polaron. Can I have all the information except the sentence, please?
Sure. Polaron is the only pronunciation I have. Polaron is a noun formed probably in Russian from originally Latin and Greek parts. A polaron is a conducting electron in an ionic crystal together with the induced electric polarization of the surrounding lattice.
Can I have the etymology again, please?
Probably formed in Russian. It's from originally Latin and Greek parts.
How closely was Nathan listening to that definition, I wonder?
Yeah, electron is a good word to know for this.
Polaron.
And how about polarization?
Yeah, you got all the pieces.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Polaron.
Okay. Polaron. P-O-L-A-R-O-N. Polaron.
That is correct.
Polaron has him moving on to round 7. And here comes Sway.
Howdy.
Hello.
Amphicrania.
Say, definition?
Amphicrania is pain affecting both sides of the head.
Does this contain the Greek word amphis, meaning boat?
Yes.
And does this contain the Greek word crane, meaning head?
You're on the right track.
Does this contain the Greek word ear, meaning condition?
I don't see that given here.
Does it contain the Latin word ear, meaning condition?
I don't see that here.
Language of origin?
It's from originally Greek elements.
Part of speech?
Noun.
Amphicrania. A-M-P-H-I-C-R-A-N-I-A. Amphicrania.
That is correct.
I first got to meet Sway when his big sister Zayula won in 2021. It's great to see him moving on.
And nothing has inflicted amphicrania on him yet.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Phosgene.
Can I have all the information?
Phosgene is the only pronunciation I have. Phosgene is a noun from originally Greek parts. Phosgene is a colorless, gaseous compound of unpleasant sour odor that can cause severe and often fatal edema of the lungs some hours after inhalation. Phosgene was one of the lethal gases used in chemical warfare during World War I.
And are there any alternate pronunciations?
No, just phosgene.
Phosgene?
Phosgene.
Can I have the language of origin again?
It's from originally Greek parts.
Phosgene?
Phosgene.
Phosgene, phosgene?
That is correct.
He knew it better than he thought he did.
Hi.
Hi, Shri. Villatic.
Villatic. Can I have the definition?
Of or relating to a country, a state, or a unit of compact settlement varying in size, but usually larger than a hamlet and smaller than a town. It also means rural.
Repeat the word.
Villatic.
Villatic. Language of origin, please.
Latin.
Repeat the definition in origin.
Villatic is from Latin. It means of or relating to a country, a state, or a unit of compact settlement varying in size, but usually larger than a hamlet and smaller than a town. Rural.
Alternate pronunciations.
I have just villatic.
Villatic. Language of origin.
Latin.
Villatic. Am I saying it right?
Can't quite answer that, but we'll jump in if we hear anything.
Repeat the definition one last time.
Of or relating to a country, a state, or a unit of compact settlement varying in size, but usually larger than a hamlet and smaller than a town. Rural. Villatic.
Villatic. Part of speech.
Adjective.
Villatic. Repeat the word.
Villatic.
Villatic. Villatic. Villatic.
That is correct.
Hello.
Hello. Voracious means producing abundantly, prolific.
Voracious. May I please? You said the definition.
I can say it again.
Okay. May I please have the definition?
Voracious means producing abundantly, prolific.
May I please have the language of origin?
Latin.
May I please have it in a sentence?
Sure. Nadie decided to can some of the tomatoes from her extraordinarily voracious plants.
May I please repeat the word?
Voracious.
May I please have any alternate pronunciations?
Just voracious.
May I please repeat the word?
Voracious.
What's that first vowel?
Yeah.
How many consonants?
The usual Latin root here he has to figure out.
Voracious. F-A-R-R-A-C-I-O-U-S. Voracious.
I'm sorry, voracious is spelled F-E-R-A-C-I-O-U-S.
Patty will have a chance to come back next year and the year after that. Nikhil Shah. Next, 7th grader.
Calamine, calamine. It's a pink powder consisting of zinc oxide and a small amount of ferric oxide used in lotions, liniments, and ointments in skin treatment.
Can I have all the information?
Sure. Calamine, calamine is a noun formed in Latin from a Greek name. It passed into French. Calamine is a pink powder consisting of zinc oxide and a small amount of ferric oxide used in lotions, liniments, and ointments in skin treatment. An ocean of calamine lotion gave Pam much relief from her poison ivy rash. Calamine.
Could you repeat the word one time?
Calamine, calaman.
And the origin was.
It's from a Greek. It's formed in Latin from a Greek name and then passed into French.
Calamine. C-A-L-A-M-I-N-E. Oh, calamine.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hey, Christian, how would you describe the challenge of trying to come up with a whole round's worth of words that are equal in difficulty?
Howdy.
Insurmountable.
Kasha. It's a mush made from coarse, cracked buckwheat, barley, millet, or wheat. Kasha.
Kasha, may I please have all the information?
Sure. Kasha is the only pronunciation I have. Kasha is a noun from Russian. Kasha is a mush made from coarse, cracked buckwheat, barley, millet, or wheat. For supper, Boris's mother served stuffed cabbage, kasha, wild mushrooms, and ground pork. Yum.
May I please have the word again?
Kasha.
One more time.
Kasha.
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 May I please have the word one more time?
Kasha.
Kasha. Kasha. K-A-S-H-A. Kasha.
That is correct.
Thank you.
How much do you think the language of origin helped?
This one, I'm not sure. I mean, it's very
Hi,
phonetic. So knowing Russian probably wouldn't give you any extra insight on that one.
Hopefully help you to keep it simple.
Hesthogenous.
Exactly.
Can I have all the info?
Sure. Hesthogenous is the only pronunciation I have. Hesthogenous is an adjective that consists of a Greek part plus a Greek-derived English element plus an English combining form. Hesthogenous means having a covering of down when hatched. The class observed the hesthogenous chicks breaking out of their shells.
Can I have the origin again?
It consists of a Greek part plus a Greek-derived English element plus an English combining form.
Hesthogenous. H E S T H O G E N O U S. Hesthogenous.
Correct.
So many of the spellers are good on Greek roots, but I don't think that Greek root is a very commonly known one.
Yeah, clothing, is that what?
Hello.
It's a tough
Hi,
one.
Celine.
Our last remaining speller from
Indarubin.
Ghana, Celine.
Indarubin. Please may I have the origin of the word Indarubin?
It's formed from originally Greek and Latin elements.
Please may I have the meaning of the word Indarubin?
Indarubin is a dark red crystalline compound isomeric with a blue vat dye that was obtained originally from plants, but usually made by reaction of indoxyl with isotin.
Indarubin.
Clues in the definition?
Hopefully she's thinking about indigo now.
Mm-hmm. And the back half refers to the red
Indarubin.
component?
Indarubin.
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 But there's still that schwa,
Indarubin.
second syllable.
Please may I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Indarubin. I-N-D-E-R-U-B-I-N. Indarubin.
Indarubin is spelled I-N-D-I-R-U-B-I-N.
So this year won't be the year from a champion from Ghana, but they love the spelling bee there. Their passion for it is spread to Nigeria. They want the whole African continent to get involved, and we're going to see that someday.
Aye. Asomatous.
Asomatous, could I have the definition?
Asomatous means having no material body or form, not consisting of matter, incorporeal.
Could I have all the information, please?
Asomatus, I have only that pronunciation. Asomatus is an adjective. It's from a word that went from Greek to Latin. Asomatus means having no material body or form, not consisting of matter, incorporeal. Some Christian thinkers say that angels are asomatous creatures of pure intellect, while others claim they have bodies composed of light or fire.
Asomatous. I hope that's spelled like it sounds. Asomatous. A-S-O-M-A-T-O-U-S. Asomatous?
That is correct.
Hey, Beatrice, it's spelled how it sounds. How about that?
Writing it on an imaginary board helps too.
How are you, Kaveen?
No confusion, that's for sure.
Might not be ready, though.
So this word has a homonym. Fewness. This is the umbilical cord, is fewness.
Fewness. Can I have the language of origin?
Latin.
Fewness. Can I have all information, please?
Sure. Fewness is the only pronunciation I have. Fewness is a noun from Latin. It means umbilical cord. The fewness arises from the navel and connects the fetus with the placenta.
Fewness. Can I have the definition again?
Umbilical cord.
Part of speech?
Noun.
Fewness.
Did you say language is the biggest clue here? The origin?
Can I have it in a
I don't know if
sentence?
there's many clues at all.
The fewness arises from the navel and connects the fetus with the placenta.
Latin may eliminate some alternate spellings in his mind from other
Fewness, can you repeat it?
roots.
Fewness.
Fewness. F-U-N-I-C-E. Fewness.
Fewness is spelled F-U-N-I-S.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You might expect that spelling via French, but there was no French in this etymology.
Hello again.
Hello, how are you, Yaya?
Good. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, let's try this.
Give it 90 seconds. We'll see if that changes.
Bafo. This means extraordinarily successful, sensational. Bafo.
Waffle. May I have the language of origin, please?
It's perhaps originally from a phrase formed from an originally Greek word plus an originally Latin word.
Waffle. May I have all the information?
Bafo, it has no alternate pronunciations, just bafo. Bafo is an adjective, perhaps originally from a phrase formed from Greek plus Latin. Bafo means extraordinarily successful, sensational. The Afghani cricket team turned in a Bafo performance, edging out India in the final inning on the 5th day of the test match.
Well, I am an India fan. Bafo. Bafo, right?
Bafo.
Bafo. B-O-F-F-O? Bafo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Let's say it together, guys. Bafo for Yaya.
Might even have been Bafo.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Zachary.
You and Dr. Bailey got into the act with us.
Eruption. Eruption is an act or instance of entering by stealth or inadvertence.
Eruption. Can I have all of the information, please?
Certainly. Eruption has no alternate pronunciations. Eruption is a noun from Latin. Eruption is an act or instance of entering by stealth or inadvertence. It's nearly impossible to tell that Sally Ann grew up in another country, except for the occasional eruption of her accent when she's particularly tired.
Latin in meaning in?
Yes.
Eruption. I-R-R-E-P-T-I-O-N. Eruption.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Asked a helpful question and got the right answer.
And clearly recognized it as soon as he heard it.
Yeah, you saw the expression of relief on his face.
Echopraxia.
Can I have all the information, please?
Echopraxia has no other pronunciations. Echopraxia is a noun. It's formed in Latin from originally Greek parts. Echopraxia is pathological repetition of the actions of other people as if imitating them. Echopraxia can be a symptom of Tourette's syndrome.
Echopraxia. Okay, echopraxia. Can I have the origin again?
It's formed in Latin from Greek elements.
Echopraxia.
Her last spelling word in round 4 was
C-H-O-P-R-A-X-I-A. Echopraxia.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I was going to say it was one in which she recognized Greek roots, and she didn't even have to ask the questions that time. Well done, Lauren.
Howdy.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Oriency.
Can I have all the information, please?
Oriency has no alternate pronunciations. Oriency is a noun from originally Latin parts. Oriency means the quality or state of being lustrous, brilliance. Tiffany gazed through the jeweler's storefront window, utterly bewitched by the oriency of the pearls.
Oriency. O-R-I-A-N-C-Y. Oriency.
Oriency is spelled O-R-I-E-N-C-Y.
The schwa, the schwa, the schwa.
Strikes again.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Proode.
Proode. Can I have all the information?
Proode is a noun from a Greek word. A proode is a unit of verse consisting of 2 lines with the first line shorter than the second. Photios opined that the formulaic banality of the poem's opening proode masked the daring originality of the work as a whole. Proode.
Can you repeat the word?
Proode.
Proode. P-R-O-O-D-E. Proode.
Correct.
Thank you.
Confident performance.
Perhaps she could craft one based on the competition.
Hi.
Hi, please give me a word I know.
I'm not sure I know what you know, so. Dominus.
Dominus. May I have all the information?
Dominus has just that pronunciation. Dominus is a noun from Latin. It means an owner as distinguished from a user. When Arav asked his mother whether he could use her stand mixer to make a silly putty bubblegum cookie dough pie, she informed him that when he is the dominus of his own stand mixer, he is free to do so.
Dominus. Make the definition again?
An owner as distinguished from a user.
It's got that Latin US root that we saw earlier, a US ending for a noun.
Pretty common root, especially for those who've had a parochial education. But that's not the case for a Darsh.
Dominus. D-O-M-I-N-U-S. Dominus.
That is correct.
Thank you.
But he dominated Dominus, so on he goes to round 7.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Hi.
Sanvi's been impressive too.
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Gruine, or gruen. It means belonging to or resembling the cranes.
Can I have all of the information, please?
Gruine, gruen, is an adjective formed in English from Latin-derived elements. Gruine means belonging to or resembling the cranes. Mr. Kimsey's class folded origami paper into hundreds of gruine forms.
Gruine. May I have the etymology once again?
Formed in English from Latin-derived elements.
May I have the definition once more?
Belonging to or resembling the cranes.
And that may be the biggest clue here.
Gruine.
Gruine.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Christian, how could that root have helped there, that definition have helped there?
Cranes is there in the root. It's just not a very common one.
Yeah, you have to go deep on your root study to get to the Latin word for crane.
That's where the U comes
Levigation.
from as opposed to maybe EW.
Can I have all the information?
Levigation is a noun which passed to English from Latin. Levigation is the action or process of smoothing or grinding to a fine, smooth powder while in moist condition. Levigation can occur in a runner mill or on a smaller scale by using a mortar and pestle. Levigation.
Levigation. L-E-V-E-G-A-T-I-O-N. Levigation.
Levigation is spelled L-E-V-I-G-A-T-I-O-N.
Thank you.
That I is part of the root for smooth, so we hope it would be there from the definition.
Hello.
Hello. Alabaster.
Alabaster. Could I please have all of the information?
Alabaster is an adjective. Originally Greek, it went from Latin to French before becoming English. Alabaster means having a nearly white color and a light diffusing surface. Tilly's alabaster skin lends her a spectral glow, which comes in handy on Halloween and the rare Friday the 13th.
Alabaster. Alabaster. A-L-A-B-A-S-T-E-R. Alabaster.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Then line on to round 7.
Hi, Dr. Billy.
Hi. Blepharism.
Blepharism. Can I have the language of origin?
It's from originally Greek elements.
Does this come from the Greek root blephar, meaning eyelid?
Yes.
Blepharism. Can I have the definition?
Spasm of the eyelids.
Blepharism. Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Blepharism. Can I have all of the information?
Blepharism is a noun from originally Greek elements, meaning spasm of the eyelids. Grant's ophthalmologist figured out that blocked oil glands were causing his recurrent blepharism.
Blepharism. B-L-E-P-H-A-R-I-S-M. Blepharism.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Would she have gotten it without the root for eyelid?
That was the big piece, but she had more boxes
Hi,
to
Dr.
check off her
Bailey.
list, I guess.
She might have gone O instead of A if she didn't know the root.
Gutula.
Gutula, can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Gutula is a noun from Latin. It's a small spot shaped like a drop. The parasite is identifiable by its characteristic gutula and how it uses it like pretty much everybody it comes across.
Gutula, can you repeat the word one more time?
Gutula.
Gutula, can I have all the information one more time?
Gutula is a noun from Latin. It's a small spot shaped like a drop. The spot-winged monarch butterfly is identifiable by its characteristic gutula.
Gutula. G-U-T-T-U-L-A. Gutula.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Ishan is from Jersey City, my hometown, so I'm happy to see him move on.
And that makes me wonder something I'll ask you two in a moment. Let's get Sharon's word.
Lixiviate.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. Can you give me all the information?
Sure. Lixiviate is a verb from Latin. It means extract a soluble compound from a solid mixture by washing or percolation. Another word for it is leach. Lixiviate. In some uranium mines, carbonated groundwater will lixiviate uranium from ore-bearing sandstone.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just lixiviate.
Lixiviate. Lixiviate. L-I X I V I A T E. Lixiviate.
That sounds correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sharon Huang wasn't wrong and captured in stereo video by Dad there.
Hi, Brian.
Good ambidextrous display.
Proteome. This is the complement of proteins expressed in a cell, tissue, or organism by its genetic material.
Proteome. May I have the language of origin?
It's formed from parts that passed from Greek to French and German.
Proteome. May I have the definition one more time?
Proteome is the complement of proteins expressed in a cell, tissue, or organism by its genetic material.
Proteome. Can you repeat the word one more time?
Proteome. Can you say it again?
Proteome.
Proteome.
Proteome. Okay. Proteome. P-R-O-T-E-O-M-E. Proteome.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Brian Liu, scooting on. Guys, I wondered with that word gutula, if you ever come across a word and say, oh, I didn't know there was a word for that.
Yeah, well, in an unabridged dictionary, you'll find words.
Lumicrome.
Oh boy. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Lumicrome is a noun from a Latin element and a Greek-derived Latin element. Lumicrome is a blue fluorescent crystalline compound that is a derivative of aloxazine and is formed from riboflavin by ultraviolet irradiation in neutral or acid solution or by the action of microorganisms.
Can you repeat the definition, please?
Lumicrome is a blue fluorescent crystalline compound that is a derivative of aloxazine and is formed from riboflavin by ultraviolet irradiation in neutral or acid solution or by the action of microorganisms.
Does this come from the Greek root lumen, meaning light?
Yes.
Can you repeat the word one more time, please?
Lumicrome.
Lumicrome. L-U-M-E-C-H-R-O-M-E. Lumicrome.
Lumicrome is spelled L-U-M-I-C-H-R-O-M-E.
Thank you.
Sounds like she was thinking of lumen, with the Latin root with an E rather than.
Hi, Jay.
Luminous, luminescent.
So she might have been misled by that root.
Dysgonic.
Dysgonic. May I have all the information, please?
For sure. Dysgonic has no alternate pronunciations. Dysgonic is an adjective from originally Greek parts. Dysgonic means growing with difficulty on artificial media. It's used chiefly of certain strains of tubercle bacilli. In the lab, Kevin identified dysgonic strains of both bovine and human tuberculosis bacteria.
Does this come from the Greek root dys, meaning not?
I see where you're going. You're on the right track.
Okay. Does this come from the Greek root dys, meaning against?
Let me look at the entry and see what glosses are given. I do not see that here.
He's trying to clarify
Okay.
the first vowel sound with that question.
Can you repeat the word one more time?
Dysgonic, growing with difficulty on artificial media.
Dysgonic. D-Y-S-G-O-N-I-C. Dysgonic.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You picked up on difficulty as the clue in the definition there for dys.
Welcome back, Leah.
Hi.
Fabella.
Fabella. Definition?
It's a small fibrocartilage ossified in many animals and sometimes in humans in the tendon of the largest muscle of the calf behind one or both of the femoral condyles.
Fabella. Language of origin?
Latin.
Fabella. Any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, fabella.
Fabella. Does this contain the Latin diminutive ella?
I don't see that given as a root here.
Fabella. Can you pronounce it again?
Fabella.
Fabella. Can I have the definition again?
A small fibrocartilage ossified in many animals and sometimes in humans in the tendon of the largest muscle of the calf, behind one or both of the femoral condyles.
Schwa at the front, single or double consonant at the end.
Fabella.
Choices.
Fabella.
Fabella. Fabella. F-I-B-E-L-L-A. Fabella.
I'm sorry, Fabella is F-A-B-E-L-L-A.
Okay, thank you.
You wish that there had been something about a bean somewhere in the definition to help, maybe.
Arnica. Arnica.
Arnica, can I have all of the information, please?
Sure. Arnica or arnica is a noun from Latin. Arnica is the dried flower head of any herb of a large genus of herbs of the northern hemisphere used for stimulant and local irritant effect, especially in the form of a tincture for bruises, sprains, and swellings. The herbalist used arnica to make a paste for healing bumps and bruises. My grandmother used to give me arnica.
Can I have the language of origin?
It's from Latin, arnica.
Arnica, can you repeat the definition again?
The dried flower head of any herb of a large genus of herbs of the northern hemisphere used for stimulant and local irritant effect, especially in the form of a tincture for bruises, sprains, and swellings.
And all the pronunciations, please.
Arnica, arnica.
Arnica. A-R-N-I-K-A, Arnica.
So close. I'm afraid arnica is A-R-N-I-C-A.
Thank you very much.
Simran's been so fun to watch the last 3 years.
Howdy, Dr. Berry.
I know they're proud of her in Central New York.
Eglantine or eglantine.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Eglantine, eglantine.
Can I have all of the information, please?
Sure. Eglantine, eglantine is a noun. The first part is from an originally Latin word that went through French before becoming English, and the second is an English element. An eglantine is an old world rose with stout recurved prickles and white to deep rose, rosy pink single flowers. The eglantine, noted for its fragrant foliage, can grow to a height of 6 feet.
Eglantine. Can you repeat the part of speech?
Noun.
Can you repeat the language of origin?
The first part is from originally Latin that went through French and then English, and then there's an English element.
Eglantine. Eglantine. E G L A N T I N E. Eglantine.
That is correct.
Thank you.
There really wasn't much to work with there as far as clues.
Howdy, Holden.
What to do with that Schwab, but you got the right one.
Edacious or edacious?
Edacious. May I please have the definition?
Voracious, devouring.
May I please have the language of origin?
It's from an originally Latin word and an English element.
Does this come from the Latin edere, meaning to eat?
Yes.
Could you please use it in a sentence?
The edacious mouth of the black hole drew in everything within its gravitational field.
Edacious. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There's edacious and edacious.
Could you repeat all the information?
Edacious, edacious is an adjective from an originally Latin word and an English element. Edacious means voracious, devouring. The edacious mouth of the black hole drew in everything within its gravitational field.
Edacious. E D A C I O U S. Audacious.
That is correct.
Thank you.
His audacious mind just added another word.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Hi, Aishwarya. Welcome back. Antrorse,
Antrorse. Can I have the definition, please?
directed forwards or upward.
Antrorse. Does this come from Latin ante, meaning forward, or before?
I don't see that given here. I'm going to do a little more checking.
Does this come from the Greek ante, meaning before?
It's from Latin.
Oh, okay. Antrorse. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, Antrorse.
Antrorse. Antrorse. Could you repeat the word, please?
Antrorse.
Antrorse. Antrorse. Could you repeat the language of origin?
It's from Latin.
Antrorse. Antrorse. A-N-T-R-O-R-S-E. Antrorse.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Christian, earlier you said no can be more helpful. In that case, it could have thrown her off, but she didn't let it?
She didn't. No, she definitely overcame that.
Hi.
Hi.
Asphodel.
Asphodel. Can I have the definition?
Asphodel is any of the various, usually perennial herbs that bear their flowers in long, erect racemes and are chiefly of a genus native to southern Asia and the Mediterranean region that have white, pink, or yellow flowers and clustered, fleshy roots.
Asphodel. Can I have the language of origin?
It's from a word that passed from Greek into Latin.
Asphodel. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, asphodel.
Asphodel. Can you say it again?
Asphodel.
Can you repeat the language of origin?
It's from a word that passed from Greek into Latin.
Asphodel. A-S-P-H-O-D-E-L. Asphodel.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just a sixth grader. Kushi advancing.
Howdy.
Hello.
Prisken.
Prisken, may I have all the information, please?
Prisken is an adjective from an originally Latin word and an English element. Prisken means dealing with or existing in ancient times. Professor McCowan is an expert on Druidism and other Prisken belief systems of Britain.
Can I have the language of origin one more time?
It's from an originally Latin word and an English element.
Prisken. P-R-I-S-C-A-N. Prisken.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Chilaka keeps the hopes of North Dakota alive. Could an expert on the very first spelling bee we referred to as Prisken, I wonder? You guys can weigh in on
Scleroderm.
Matter of opinion.
Not so ancient.
May I please have the definition?
Scleroderm or scleroderm is the hard tissue of the skeleton of ordinary stony or madreporian corals.
May I please have the language of origin?
It's formed from originally Greek elements.
Can you please repronounce the word?
Scleroderm, scleroderm.
Scleroderm. S-C-L-E-R-O-D-E-R-M. Scleroderm.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Kind of seemed like Zach recognized the roots but didn't have to show off and ask them.
Picked up on hard tissue very
Hello
quickly,
again.
I think.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Silex.
Silex. Can I have all the information?
Silex is a noun from Latin. Silex means silica, especially a pure form as finely ground quartz or flint, for use as filler in paints or wood, or as a dental material. Chandra uses silex in her mixed media artwork.
Silex. Can I have the origin?
Latin.
Can you say all the information again?
Silex is a noun from Latin. It means silica, especially a pure form such as finely ground quartz or flint, for use as a filler in paints or wood or as a dental material.
Silex. S-I-L-E-X. Silex.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Definition may have assisted there.
Definitely, yeah.
Silica.
Exactly.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
This word has a homonym. The word is nap. This nap is a sheet of water falling from the crest of a weir. Nap.
Nap, can I have the language of origin?
It's from a Latin-derived French word.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, nap.
Can you repeat the definition again?
Nap is a sheet of water falling from the crest of a weir.
Nap, can you just repeat the origin again?
It's from a Latin-derived French word.
And can you repeat the word one more time?
Nap.
Nap.
Should be thinking French ending. How might that end?
Can you just repeat the word one more time?
Nap.
Nap. Okay. Can you repeat the definition?
A sheet of water falling from the crest of a weir.
Nap. Nap. N-A-P-P-E. Nap.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Well, he certainly didn't sleep on that one, did he? 38 correct in this round. 11 have heard the bell.
Crymen.
Crymen?
Crymen or crymen.
Crymen. What is the definition?
It's conduct in violation of the law.
May I have all the information?
Crymen or crymen is a noun from Latin, meaning conduct in violation of the law. In ancient Rome, one category of crymen was mocking the majesty of the ruler. Many trials for this offense were held during the reign of the Emperor Tiberius.
Crymen?
Crymen, crymen.
Crymen. C-R-I-M-E-N. Crymen.
That's correct.
No reason to cry, man, right? Unless it's tears of joy. Wow. 39 out of the first 50 in this round have moved on to the next round. This could take us all the way down to the semifinals. We still do have 23 more in this round yet to spell. I want to again thank Ben Zimmer, Christian Axelgaard. Thank you both for everything you do to make this competition great.
Thanks for having us.
Absolute pleasure.
Here's to the next 100 years.
Let's go.
All right, see you then. We're going to be right back. You don't have to wait a century, just a couple minutes. The Scripps National Spelling Bee continues after this.
And it does. The tension could not be higher right now, but these spellers are doing amazing. So let's get to it as we return to the stage for our next speller.
Howdy. How are you, Akshaj?
I'm good.
Blazar.
Blazar?
Blazar.
May I have all of the information?
Sure. Blazar is a noun. It's from an English scientific designation plus a word formed from originally Latin parts. A blazar is a region at the center of a galaxy that emits extremely powerful jets of radiation in the direction of the Earth. Dr. Cahill marveled at the massive amounts of energy being released by the blazar.
Blazar?
Blazar.
May I have all of the info one more time?
Blazar is a noun from an English scientific designation plus a word formed from originally Latin parts.
Does this have like the English blaze meaning to like radiate?
I don't see that given here as such.
But that is
Blazar?
actually the origin of this word. Combination
Blazar.
of blaze.
Can you
and
repeat?
quasar.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There's just the one, blazar.
Middle consonant's gonna be tough.
Blazar?
B-L-A-Z-A-R, Blazar?
That is correct.
Well done. Quasar spelled with an S, Blaze with a Z, but the combination of the two takes on the Z from
Hi,
Blaze.
Jaden. Perpension.
Can I have all the information provided?
Sure. Perpension is a noun from Latin. Perpension is careful weighing in the mind, reflection, consideration. Felicity's continuous perpension whilst decorating the cake was, will this be prized for its great taste or careful decoration?
Can I have the definition again?
Careful weighing in the mind, reflection, consideration.
What was the language of origin?
Latin.
Perpension. P-E-R-P-E-N-S-I-O-N. Perpension.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Some get that Latin root in his head probably for hanging, and so he was able to use that and get that S-I-O-N perfectly.
But he didn't require much perpension for that word.
Hapteron.
Hapteron. May I please have all information?
Hapteron is a noun formed in Latin from Greek. A hapteron is a discoid outgrowth or swelling of the stem by which a plant is fixed to its substratum, as in many rock-inhabiting seaweeds. It's also called a holdfast, hapteron. The shape of a hapteron can vary greatly depending on the surface to which the plant is attaching itself.
Hapteron. May I hear the definition again?
Hapteron is a discoid outgrowth or swelling of the stem by which a plant is fixed to its substratum, as in many rock-inhabiting seaweeds.
Does this contain the Greek root hapto, meaning to touch or fasten?
Yes.
Oh, that was great.
Hapteron. H-A-P-T-E-R-O-N. Hapteron.
That's correct.
Where would you rank that in the tiers of commonly known Greek roots?
Very non-common. At least I don't remember it very much.
That's saying something, Vanya. Here's John.
Monticle. This is a miniature hill.
Can I get the origin, please?
Monticle came from French, which formed it from a Latin word.
Monticle. M-O-N-T-I-C-L-E. Monticle.
That is correct.
There's a little hint there in the definition of miniature.
John Donato advances.
Hello.
Conniption.
Can I have the definition?
Conniption is a fit of rage, hysteria, or alarm.
May I have all the information again?
Conniption. Conniption is a noun. It's of unknown origin. A conniption is a fit of rage, hysteria, or alarm. Dad had a conniption when he discovered the empty box of ice cream sandwiches in the freezer.
May I repeat the definition again?
A fit of rage, hysteria, or alarm.
Conniption. C-O-N-N-I-P-T-I-O-N. Conniption.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Bifidity.
Can I have all the information?
Bifidity is a noun from Latin elements. It means the quality or state of being divided into two equal lobes or parts by a median cleft. Surgeons are able to correct nasal bifidity, a rare congenital condition that looks like an indentation on the tip of the nose. Bifidity.
Does this word have Latin bi meaning to?
Yes.
Good. Bifidity. B-I-F-I-D-I-T-Y. Bifidity.
That is correct.
Thank you.
She wants to be a doctor. Maybe she'll have a chance to correct that someday.
Hello.
Hello. Paraclete. Paraclete.
May I have all the information?
Paraclete is a noun from Greek. It means one called to aid or support, an advocate. The popular senator was hailed as a paraclete of civil rights.
Paraclete. P-A-R-A-C-L-E-A-T.
Paraclete is spelled P-A-R-A-C-L-E-T-E.
Thank you.
There's been a lot of those tricky schwas, e-sounds, double letters in this round. It's been hard for the spellers.
Hope to see Soraya next year. Like Soraya.
Gasogene. It's a portable apparatus for carbonating liquids.
May I have all the information, please?
Gasogene is a noun from elements that went from Greek to Latin to French. A gasogene is a portable apparatus for carbonating liquids. The gasogene in Dr. Watson's study uses tartaric acid and baking soda to add fizz to his famous holiday liquid punch. Or milk punch, sorry.
Are there any other pronunciations?
Just gasogene.
Gasogene. G-A-S-O-G-E-N-E. Gasogene.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I say, like Soraya, Arnie's a 7th grader from West Texas, and he's moving on.
Hello.
Hello. Culmen.
Culmen. May I have the definition, please?
The dorsal ridge of a bird's bill.
Culmen. May I have the language of origin?
Latin.
Latin.
Culmen.
Culmen. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Culmen. Can you step right up to the mic and say it?
Yeah. Culmen. Is that correct? Culmen?
Culmen.
Culmen. May I have the part of speech, please?
Noun.
Culmen, may I have the definition one more time?
The dorsal ridge of a bird's bill.
Culmen.
Might be tempted to switch the vowel or add a letter.
Definitely.
Maybe noun helps.
And Latin for sure.
Our most experienced speller in the competition in terms of national appearances.
Could you repeat the pronunciation, please?
Culmen.
Culmen. Culmen. C-U-L-M. Iron.
Culmen is spelled C-U-L-M-E-N.
Thank you.
Ernie's done such a great job these last 4 years, and we'll miss seeing her on the stage for sure.
Hello, Isaac.
When you knew that vowel was going to be an issue, she may have thought culminate and gone with the I.
Tropholytic.
Tropholytic? May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Tropholytic is an adjective. It consists of originally Greek parts. Tropholytic means of, relating to, or being the deeper part of a lake in which dissimilation of organic matter tends to predominate. Because of the lack of light, organic material decomposes within the tropholytic zone of a lake.
Tropholytic?
Tropholytic.
Does this contain the Greek root lysis, meaning to cut?
I don't see that given as such here.
All right. Tropholytic.
We need to fix the definition on that one.
Tropholytic, tropholytic?
That is correct.
He paused there, maybe thinking about an I instead of a Y?
I think so, but I'm glad he didn't let that answer from Dr. Sietsema get in the way.
All right.
Hi.
Well done, Isaac. Avishka Dudala.
Forcipiform.
From Prosper, Texas.
Can I have all the information, please?
Certainly. Forcipiform, an adjective consisting of a Latin element plus Latin-derived English element. Forcipiform means shaped like an instrument used for delicate operations to grasp or hold objects firmly. One type of sea star filters out parasites using special minute organs, each of which has 3 forcipiform valves rather than the usual 2.
Forcipiform, does this contain Latin iform meaning resembling?
I don't see that given here as such.
Can you please repeat the word?
Forcipiform.
Forcipiform?
Forcipiform.
Can you please give me the definition again?
Shaped like an instrument used for delicate operations to grasp or hold objects firmly.
Forcipiform.
I found the answer and it's yes.
Okay.
She wanted
Forcipiform.
Yeah.
Forcipiform. Forcipiform.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's what clarified it was an I after the P for?
Exactly, and she specifically clarified iform to get that I sound, which was great.
Well done, Avishka. Last year's runner-up now.
Anenterus.
Anenterus, definition.
Having no stomach or intestine.
Does it come from the Greek enteron, meaning stomach?
You're on the right track.
Okay, repeat the word again.
Anenterus.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one.
Could I have the language of origin?
It's made of Greek elements and a Latin element.
Could you repeat the word again?
Anenterus.
Anenterus. A-N-E-N-T-E-R-O-U-S. Anenterus.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Vanya, he got a perfect score on the test that established our quarterfinalists.
That's amazing. He'll definitely be going deep into the competition, I'm sure.
Divaricator. If you ever did that.
Divaricator. Can I have the definition, please?
One that divides or breaks up into distinct parts, especially a muscle that causes divergence or separation of parts.
Can I have the etymology, please?
Latin.
Can I have all the information?
Divaricator or divaricator is a noun from Latin. A divaricator is one that divides or breaks up into distinct parts, especially a muscle that causes divergence or separation of parts. The divaricator is responsible for pushing open the shells of brachiopods.
Divaricator. D-I-V-A-R-I-C-A-T-O-R. Divaricator.
That's correct.
Again, there was a couple of tries, but he was able to put it together, especially knowing it was a person. I think could help.
Hello.
I like how he broke it up in his syllables for us to understand how he saw it.
Rubicund.
Definitely.
Can I have the definition?
Rubicund means inclining to redness, ruddy.
Can I have all the information, please?
Rubicund is an adjective from Latin meaning inclining to redness, ruddy. Corey's face is always rubicund and dry after walking to work on a windy winter day.
Can you repeat the language of origin?
Latin.
Does this have the Latin ruby meaning red?
You're on the right track.
Rubicund.
Still want to get that combining letter, though.
Rubicund. Can you repeat the part of speech?
Adjective.
Rubicund. R-U-B-I-C-U-N-D. Rubicund?
That is correct.
Thank you.
So follow-up for you, Vanya. The year you got a perfect score, was that the year you won?
No, that actually wasn't. It was 2012, so several years before I won, but it was a good year.
All right. You never know.
Categoram or categorum.
May I have the definition, please?
An expression capable of standing alone as the subject or predicate of a logical proposition.
Could you put this in a sentence?
Yes. Suraya explained to the students in the formal logic course that if Aristotle could figure out whether the expression was a categoram or not, then they could too.
Categoram. C-A-T-A-G-O-R-E-M. Categoram. Dazzles.
Categoram is C-A-T-E-G-O-R-E-M.
Maybe that second pronunciation could have helped him, but he didn't fixate there.
I don't think he may have fixated on it, but he was definitely our most stylish speller, so I'm sure we'll see him back next year.
And put him in the category of, future one to watch. 4 more years of eligibility. Here's Caleb.
Petiole.
May I have the definition?
A slender stem that supports the blade of a foliage leaf and that is usually cylindrical but sometimes flattened and even winged. It's also called a leaf stalk. Petiole.
May I have the language of origin?
Latin.
May I use it in a sentence?
For some plants, such as celery and rhubarb, the petiole is considered the main edible part.
Petiole. P-E-T-T-I-O-L-E. Petiole.
Petiole is spelled P-E-T-I-O-L-E. Very close.
It seems like a lot of the spellers have just been one letter or two off, and so I'm sure they'll all be back next year, but it shows how tricky this competition is.
That's all it takes. The smallest
Sarcolemma.
aberration.
Sarcolemma. May I have all the information, please?
Sarcolemma is a noun formed in Latin from originally Greek parts. Sarcolemma is the thin, transparent, homogeneous sheath enclosing a striated muscle fiber.
Okay. Sarcolemma. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
We'll jump in if we hear anything. Can you say it again?
Sarcolemma.
Sarcolemma.
Okay. May I have the definition again?
The thin, transparent, homogeneous sheath enclosing a striated muscular fiber.
Sarcolemma. S-A-R-C-O-L-E-M-M-A. Sarcolemma.
That's correct.
Thank you.
You know, Paul, my favorite part of med school so far has been reliving a lot of words that I studied for the spelling bee. Just
that
like
was one of them?
sarcolemma, exactly.
Hi.
Hello.
Aptery.
Can I have all the information?
Aptery is a noun formed from originally Greek parts. Aptery is the state of being wingless. The entomologist was carrying out research for an article on aptery in ant populations.
Aptery. Can I have the language of origin?
Greek.
Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Aptery. A-P-T-E-R-Y. Aptery.
That is correct.
A lot of spellers know that Greek root, like we see in pterodactyl.
Exactly, pteron meaning wing, and you add the A meaning not, and there you go, wingless.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Hi. Welcome back. Saxifrax.
Saxifrax. May I please have all the information?
Saxifrax is a noun. It's from a Latin-influenced modification of a Spanish word. Saxifrax is the dried bark of the root of an aromatic tree used as an agent to induce sweating, a flavoring agent, an aromatic stimulant, or as a source of an aromatic volatile oil used in perfumes. Saxifrax contains an oil banned in the United States as a food additive due to potentially carcinogenic effects.
Okay, saxifrax. Could you please repeat the language of origin?
Latin-influenced modification of a Spanish word.
Okay, does this come from the Latin saxa, meaning rock?
Yes.
Okay, and could you repeat the sentence one more time?
Saxifrax contains an oil banned in the United States as a food additive due to potentially carcinogenic effects.
Could you repeat the word?
Saxifrax.
Saxifrax. Thank you.
There's a second root in there, too.
Saxifrax. S-A-X-I-F-R-A-X. Saxifrax.
That's correct.
Thank you.
But the Latin root gave her that middle vowel.
I think that's all she needed, and she's on to the next round.
We're getting close to the end of the round.
Well,
4 spellers
Phoniatric.
left.
can I have all the information, please?
Phoniatric is an adjective made up of Greek-derived Latin parts. It means of or relating to the treatment of speech defects. Gia sought a phoniatric specialist to treat her vocal cord dysfunction.
Does this come from the Greek root phone, meaning sound?
You're on the right track.
Phoniatric. Phoniatric. Phoniatric.
That is correct.
We have some folks at Radford University who study that. That's who picked up the sponsorship this year.
Amazing. Glad they could send
Hi,
Rory
Declan.
over.
Hi.
Radford's Rory from Roanoke.
Plaustrol.
Here's Declan.
Plaustrol. May I have all the information, please?
Plaustral is an adjective made of originally Latin parts. Plaustral means of or relating to a wagon or cart. Moritz enjoys photographing old wagons in the Balkan countries because of the beauty of their plaustral decorations.
Plaustrol. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, plaustral.
Plaustral. Plaustral. Plaustral.
That is correct.
Latin root for wagon, recognized by Declan, who's going to go on to the semifinals.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Howdy, welcome back. Genethliac.
Genethliac. Can I please have all the information?
Genethliac is an adjective from a Greek word that passed to Latin. It means relating to nativities or birthdays, showing position and influence of stars at one's birth. Genethliac.
Genethliac. Can I have the language of origin again?
Greek to Latin.
Okay. Genethliac. Genepphliac. Genethliac.
Genethliac is Genethliac.
Thank you.
Vanya, it really seems like he heard it differently.
That one's a tough one. I think he sounds like he heard an F sound in there, but he's in 7th grade.
Howdy, Dr. Bailey.
Howdy, how are you?
Hope to see him next year.
Our last speller of the round.
Okay, this word has a homonym.
Trying to join 56 others in the semifinals.
The word is metonym. This metonym is a generic name rejected because it is based on a type species congeneric with the type of a previously published genus.
Metonym. Could I have all the information, please?
Metonym is a noun from originally Greek parts. Metonym is a generic name rejected because it is based on a type species congeneric with the type of a previously published genus. Thalarctos has been dismissed as a metonym by taxonomists, arguing that the polar bear belongs rather to the genus Ursus.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, metonym.
Can I have the language of origin one more time?
Originally Greek parts.
Does it come from the Greek nym, meaning name?
You're on the right track.
Metonym. M-E-T-A-N-Y-M. Metonym.
That is correct.
Amazing job, Ethan. He did it.
So there you have it, our 57 spellers who have qualified for the semifinals of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee.
That is a huge deal to have made it this far. Congratulations to all of them.
And of course, you don't want to miss those semifinals later this evening, followed by the finals tomorrow night. For Vanya Shivashankar and our whole team here at the Scripps National Spelling Bee, thank you for joining us for these quarterfinal rounds, and we'll see you later.
Before I won, I competed in the bee for 3 years.
I competed in the National Spelling Bee for